All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. Hope everybody's doing well on this Sunday. We have certainly some interesting topics to talk about. Irfan, what's going on, man? Doing well. Got a little sunburnt yesterday, just a little bit on my arms. I get a nice tan on my arms, I guess. But Garrett, what's going on, man? Corey, how's it going, bro? Reps today? Oh, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, we are talking about video games. Believe it or not, I know, it's crazy. We're talking about video games in today's podcast. Playing some Death Stranding 2. Yeah, I've still been playing. I need to bulk up. I need to trim some fat is what I need to do. That's what I got to do. I mean, I obviously always want the muscle. We got to trim some of the fat. We don't talk about that here. Yeah, we don't talk about video games here, bro. Absolutely not. No more cat food for MBG. Well, I'll tell you what, one of the things we're going to be discussing today, because it's been the talk of the town. The talk of the town is PlayStation Studios games now being accessible on the Xbox PC app via Steam. Crazy times, bro. Crazy times. Yeah, Leia has claimed the cat tower for herself today. She's claimed it. Boss is still here, though. He's just chilling on the other side of the room. But yeah, we're going to be talking about this situation, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. This newfound change, I guess, discovery. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know what you want to call it. But we're going to talk about it. We got some other stuff we could talk about. There's like a small update on Marathon. Apparently, some people's PS5s are overheating because Death Stranding 2 is, I don't know, something about the map. People thought there was going to be a Little Big Planet remaster. And we'll see where else it goes, man. We'll see where else it goes. PC is the GOAT. Has everything now. Well, I would say for a lot of people, yeah, PC is the place to go. Certainly. Tarnished, what's going on? Yeah, so as I put in the title, PlayStation Studios games are now accessible through the Xbox PC app. Does Sony care? Do they care? You hate that YouTube changed names to ats? Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? Wow, that is annoying. Why did they do that? I'm just noticing subtle changes or some significant changes. Mr. Landiga. Well, unknown. Yours is unchanged. It's like for Mr. B, it's like Mr. B 1613. The Smokey Davis. What the F is YouTube doing? I've seen my name 3 different things now on 3 different streams. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Hellbound, what's going on, man? I don't know why they changed it to that. MBG, I changed my name because I get called a man, not a lady, which I am. So, okay. I could see why that would want you to change it. Yeah, this is weird. YouTube's always being weird. YouTube's doing things differently. There may be ads on the stream, by the way. I saw YouTube notified me that they're doing this thing. And I have no idea what it's going to look like, but apparently they're going to run, like, I guess, muted ads on the side or something. I guess YouTube's been having trouble side-by-side ads. Yeah, I think they've been having trouble getting ads to run on stream, on like live streams. So this is their solution to that. So I don't know. If you experience that, let me know what it's like, I guess. Diego, you're saying if we get Xbox games on PS5, why can't Xbox get PlayStation games via Steam? Well, they are. They are. I mean, the only answer to that is why can't they would be if Sony said no. If Sony said we're not putting games on Steam anymore, or we're delisting our games or something along those lines. We'll talk about that. And Mr. Landiga. Mr. the Legend Landiga. See, it's all messed up now, bro. He comes in, he drops 5 membership gifts for you guys. We know why he does it.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
He does it for Boss, bro. It's in the name of Boss. Is he related to Corey? Yeah, he must be. He's got the same profile picture and everything. What happened to the mic tape? The mic tape is gone. I think I was able to get it working okay for now. But 2 more days. 2 more days. This mic has to last 2 more days. Hopefully we won't have any problems. But the new one is on its way, and we'll see how that goes. 2 more days. But Corey, yeah, thank you so much for the membership gifts, man. Appreciate all the support you guys have been showing the channel. It's been a big month for the channel, and it's good stuff, man. Good stuff. MBG, the Xbox app is only an interface that tells your PC to run game executables via the store you bought from. GOG, GeForce have the same features. Seeing it being used as ammo for fanboys is sad. Well, let me tell you something, Unknown, or sorry, Hey Tarnished. And Unknown, I mean, he's here in the chat too. Let me tell you something. I have witnessed some I want to word this in a very particular way. So there were 2, I would say, significant Microsoft related things that happened this week. One of those things does pertain to PlayStation specifically. Well, I mean, arguably both things actually do pertain to PlayStation, but one was a little bit more direct. The 2 things I'm talking about are, number 1, this, right? PlayStation Studios games can now be accessed via Steam through the Xbox application. Now, that's more directly to do with PlayStation because we are talking about PlayStation Studios games being playable in a different way here, right? Via, like you're saying, it's like running an executable. The second thing are the myriad, and that's what's interesting about it, is it's not 1, it's not 2, it's like a dozen or so reports about mass layoffs and potential studio closures that are going to seemingly occur maybe tomorrow for Microsoft or, sometime this week. And I try not to pay too much attention to what's going on out there, in terms of other content creation, other creators or influencers on X or whatever. And I have to say, man, like, something that became abundantly clear is that there was a much larger focus. There was a much larger focus on what we're talking about here today, being able to boot up Spider-Man 2 via Steam as an executable on the Xbox app. Much more conversation, much more interest around that, much more volatility, which I guess is the word to use. Then I saw people talking about the fact that we are on the verge of potentially seeing studios close, And I find it strange that, like, I should not be the loudest voice out here. Certainly not. I should not be the loudest voice letting people know, like, there's like a storm coming, bro. There are so many others who should be screaming about this from the rooftops. And I'm not talking about just a little subtle, oh, that's a shame, more layoffs. Oh, that. No, you know what I'm talking about, because they're willing to scream and shout about so many other things. This is what they should be screaming and shouting about, but they're not. And I find that quite revealing. I do. I feel it quite revealing. I feel it to be quite revealing and just sad in general, where it's like, dude, that's wonderful, I guess, right? That you can play Spider-Man 2 or whatever PlayStation Studios title that's available on Steam. You can do that via an executable through a different application now. Congratulations. That's how it's been for a long time with other applications. I want to know, where are the videos? Where are the conversations? Where are the threads about mass layoffs coming from Microsoft and potential studio closures? I want to know where they are. I want to know why it is that I take to a place like Twitter and say something like, hey, just so you know, you're going to see a lot of the same people who either advocated for the Activision deal or continue to talk about the quote-unquote best deal in gaming. You're going to see them come out next week and cry foul. Cry foul for the layoffs and the potential studio closures. And then they're going to proceed as if nothing's wrong, as if there isn't some kind of hypocrisy very clearly on display. You're saying Xbox shows talk about the layoffs? Well, I'm not necessarily calling out any particular show or anything like that. I'm just saying, generally speaking, like more broadly speaking, people seem to be, not everybody, but some people seem to be trying to already, swipe this under the rug, brush it under the rug. And I don't really mind that much, because I get it. Like, especially if your whole thing is like, got to be excited about what Xbox is doing. That's fine. I kind of understand that. But it's such a bad look, in my opinion, where, like, I don't know. I guess it's just a matter of enjoy the victory lap while you get it, if that's how you see it. But I don't know. From what I can tell, most people are not looking at this whole situation with PlayStation games being available via Steam on the Xbox app. From what I can tell, most people just seem to be like, yeah, that's cool, and then just kind of like moving on. Like, it's not really much going on here. But there definitely are some people where it's like you said, Tarnish, like they're kind of using it as ammunition or whatnot. What's the goal in my point? What do you care if it's discussed or not? I care if it's discussed because when industry layoffs happen, obviously it's bad. Like, 90% of people are going to say it's just bad in general. But I think it's become abundantly clear that there are too many people at this point, too many quote unquote bad actors, whatever you want to call them, that they like to cherry pick things. And you could even make the argument that that's not even the problem, because that's nothing new. People like to cherry pick things all the time. People like to pick and choose what it is they're going to talk about and what they're going to shine a light on. That's nothing new. But the problem comes when those same individuals, and there are quite a few of them, unfortunately, when they decide that they're going to cry and bemoan what others are doing. Like, they're not keeping, quote unquote, the same energy. But it's like, actually, no, you're not. And that's literally on display for everybody to see, but yet it gets brushed under the rug. That's all I'm trying to point out, man. I've seen multiple people try to put the focus once again on PlayStation creators, or if not creators, just PlayStation fans in general, being like, why are you using this as a console war? It's like, what are you talking about? No. You don't get to do that. You don't get to just flip it 180 degrees and be like, no, you are console warring. Like, no, people are pointing out that you and others said this would be a good thing. You said that the acquisition would be beneficial to all involved, from all the way from the developer level down to the consumer level. That's what you did, while focusing on the best deal in gaming, constantly on the defense with things like Gamepass, etc. So when people decide to highlight that, hey man, it seems like Microsoft is getting ready to do something big in terms of laying people off and possibly closing some studios, to a point where we are getting reports that Turn 10 Studios, a foundational studio within Microsoft, is scared shitless that they're done. And you see people out here that claim to be either neutral or above the console warring shit coming out and be like, stop using that to console war. Like, hey, buddy, nobody's using this to console war. We're pointing out your fucking blatant hypocrisy. That's what's being done. You know, the thing that you like to constantly do to everybody else, right? All the time. That's what's happening right now. So I understand that the natural inclination is counter, deflect, counter, deflect. And this is why I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore about trying to get through to certain people, because it's just like they've made it clear what they're going to do every single time. What you do is you find a way to turn it onto the console warriors, because you're above that. You're not partaking in that. That's beneath you, right? But every time something serious comes around, or some type of bad news regarding Microsoft or Xbox or something involving that, we have to make sure we make it about the PlayStation fanboys. And they might say, well, that's because they're the ones making a bigger deal of it than it has to be, or they're the ones throwing out misinformation. I'm not trying to speak on behalf of everybody. I certainly can't do that. But it's like, you know what I've seen? I've just seen a lot of people, seen a lot of their tweets floating around, seeing a lot of their previous videos, things they've said, seeing a lot of receipts, as they like to put it. And it's like, you know what? Yeah, I think maybe you should sit this one out. That's what I think. I think maybe just focus on how bad this is going to be. And just keep your focus on that and nothing else. But they won't, because that's not how the game is played. I wasn't expecting to go on this little tangent at the beginning of the stream, but it's tough to sit there and watch, man. I got to tell you. Undead Labs could be axed. I'll be very pissed at Microsoft. If they shutter Undead Labs, I'm going to be really pissed, dude. Oh, and one last thing I'll add to that. I say one last thing, but we're not even at 30 minutes into the stream. It's probably going to be more than that. Something I will add to this conversation is that when I decide to talk about it, when I decide to highlight it, when I decide to make people aware that, you know, you want to cheer on how much money you're saving by not buying video games, which is fine. That's fine. You're allowed to do that. But when you do that and then you cry foul when the shit hits the fan, right? Looks a little strange. What I don't expect is for, again, the whole counter 180 thing where it's like, yeah, but what about PlayStation? What about PlayStation? Do you want to inform me about the studios that they shut down or the layoffs that they had? Because I'll tell you what, I've covered that to no end. In fact, I've spent quite literally years at this point screeching about how bad of an acquisition Bungie was and how toxic it has made many things regarding PlayStation. I was out here kind of losing it on Sony when they shut down London studio, not only in the way that they did it so unceremoniously, it being their oldest studio, again, a foundational studio, but also pointing out that Sony's kind of idiotic for making that studio work on a live service game to then just kill them. Yep, that's right. I know. Shocker. Believe it or not, we talked about it quite extensively, and I did not hold back. Just like when we saw Firewalk get shuttered, you know, a new studio that Sony decided to acquire for some reason, even though they have not released a video game, and then they shutter them. The layoffs that Sony has had, yes, we cover them, and we have kept the same energy every single time. But yet the same people that I'm talking about can come out here and they can say, no, you didn't. They can say, don't focus on our receipts. Don't focus on any of that. Don't focus on the fact that we're being hypocritical. What about you and what about PlayStation? And people are just like, yeah, what about that? And that's how you know it's totally broken. That's how you know it's totally broken, man, where people can just, groups, whether they be small or large, doesn't matter, but they're loud. These groups of people, they can just make these claims with nothing to back it up. Meanwhile, there are others out there showing their receipts being like, here's what you said. Like multiple times. And they still, because they know that if they have to take that knee and if they have to admit, you know what, you got me. They know that's probably, if not the end of them, it's going to do serious damage. And so they always have to fall back on the only thing they can, which is, why are you console warring? Why are you console warring? Why are you fanboying? You're talking about the people who stoke the flames the hardest, the most frequent, and they're the ones asking these questions. It is the definition of hypocrisy. It is the definition of a double standard. And it just goes on and on. Goes on and on. So this upcoming week, it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting to see the reactions from people. Also, maybe unsurprising. You're going to see a lot of people, and here's one thing I want to say. And MRPD, to be honest, the reason why I'm not talking too much about Death Stranding is because I'm afraid I'm going to spoil stuff. I've been playing some Death Stranding, let me tell you, and I've been feeling some certain way. Feeling some good things about Death Stranding too. I'm a little nervous to talk because I have already seen at least 3 screenshots just perusing through Twitter where I'm like, okay, that's not a major spoiler, but I didn't want to see that. And I'm at a point where it's like, you know what? I think I'm on episode 3 right now. I think I'm like in the middle of episode 3. And I feel like I'm nowhere near being, like, there are definitely major things that are going to occur that I have yet to encounter. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I don't mean that, listen, I'll be honest, I was not anticipating this being like the opening thing I talk about and like my, you know, what I'm ranting about. Like it's been hard to watch, man. It is. And there was just one other thing I wanted to say before I read these super chats is that next or this week, because at least in the US, Sunday is the start of a new week. This week, you're going to see so many of the same people that have questioned, why would you pay $80 for a game? Why would you buy games in general? Why would you question Phil Spencer when he says Game Pass is profitable? Why would you be opposed to mass acquisitions on the scale of Activision Blizzard? Why would you be against the supposed competition that Microsoft is supposed to bring? I'm just going to say, you're going to see so many of those people. They're going to be crying so many tears. They're going to act like they are absolutely disgusted and shocked by what's about to happen. And I just hope people are aware of that. I just hope people remember that a lot of these individuals you're going to see acting like that, they had a completely different tune for the last 2, probably 3 years leading up to this. It's sad, man. It's sad. And I just wish it wasn't so blatantly obvious and people were just seemingly okay with it. We have Michael Lynch. He's got 2 super chats here. He says, Xbox is great. I'm switching from PlayStation now. Mediocre games. These upcoming layoffs are just dropping dead weight. Every move Microsoft is making is convincing me more and more that they know what they're doing. So goodbye, PlayStation. It's been great. I don't like the incredibly high quality games anymore. Michael, you almost sound like a crazy person, bro. But you know what? I see that stuff, man. I see that stuff. Like it seems kind of ridiculous what you're saying, Michael, but that's actually said and done earnestly. At least on places like Twitter and whatnot. And I'll never know if people are like, it could still be just a troll or whatever. Like, Michael, I mean, I know you well enough that obviously you're trolling and messing around, but people do act like that. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess, you know, like, I don't know how to respond to them because it's just like, yeah, man, enjoy. I don't know what to say. All I can say is I recommend Death Stranding, bro. It's a good game. And Hellbound 1981. At Hellbound 1981. Oh my God. Comes in, drops 5 more membership gifts for you guys, bringing us up to 10 members on the day. Hellbound, you know I appreciate that support, bro. We'll see if we can keep it going, guys. We'll see if we can hit that 25 mark and feed the beast who is stretched out over there, chilling out. Well, I guess Leia would be the first one fed. But that's the Michael, that's the thing, dude. Like, I'm done arguing with people. I'm done going on the defense. I realize, like, I don't need to run defense on anything anymore because the people that I'm running defense on, it's just totally pointless. Like, it doesn't matter what you say to them, what facts you point out. It doesn't matter, dude. We are living, at least in a time right now in the gaming space, where you can just say something, be factually incorrect, but if you say it loud enough with enough confidence, and you just keep reinforcing that, people are willing to just be like, oh, okay, yeah. Saying it's everywhere, not just gaming. It seems to, that seems to be the case. And I realize it's basically just like it's like a black hole, man. You know, it's like people just trying to like bring you in, and it's like a gravitational pull. And it's hard. It's hard to avoid it because when you see it, you're like that's like, this is completely wrong. Like you really, you're kind of looking around like, anybody else seeing this? And like, there are definitely people seeing it, but it's just, I don't know. It's become too strong. It's become too strong, man. And I don't know what can be done about it. I don't know if anything is going to be done about it. But we have Josh Z with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Josh. He says, "Hey, MBG, I watched SkillUp's making of Expedition 33 video. 80% of the team having no prior development experience is wild. Writing/music, first professional job. So much serendipity involved, and it's a perfect storm." Dude, I can't remember the last time I saw that word used. Serendipity. I said serpentipity. Is that what I said? Serpentipity. My bad. Serendipity. Serpentipity. Serpentipity da doo da, bro. Josh is throwing the big words at me. Serendipity. Well, Josh, I did not watch that video. However, I did watch a different video on Expedition 33. I didn't get to finish it, though. But it was a video like analyzing the story and kind of like, you know, doing a deep dive. And yeah, man, it really is. I guess it does kind of relate to what you're saying here, because it talks about the writing. It talks about, you know, the storytelling. I think the fact that you can have a game as good as Expedition 33 and then find out that 80% of the team involved with its making never made video games before, I think it really it reveals something about the games industry, and that maybe experience in the actual games industry is not as valuable as we thought it was, in that really it just comes down to what area you're working in. Like, don't get me wrong, if you're like producing, I would assume you have to have it. Like, if you're going to produce a AAA game in the games industry, you have to have some level of experience on working with video games to know that producing a AAA video game is very different from producing a movie, right? Or an album or something like that. But in terms of like writing, music, you know, all these different areas that make up a game, it seems like, yeah, it seems like we might need to be, dev teams might have to start looking outside of the games industry for new talent, you know? It's really interesting. Expedition 33 is such an interesting and fascinating game. Yeah, I'll have to check out SkillUp's video. I didn't even know he made a video like that. Do you have thoughts on my article about Xbox's supposed mini PC future? An article, William? You made an article? I haven't seen it. Is it on your, like, Twitter? We have generic white male, a member for 16 months, saying, MBG, I turned 40 this year, and with my ailing health, the best thing I've done was leave hypocritical people out of my life. It helps, bro. Damn. Well, you know, I feel like there's absolutely truth to that, because anytime I do it, you know, sometimes I don't stick to it. I end up getting kind of like pulled back in. But when I do it, life is better. It is. It does help. Yeah, I'm not 40 yet, but I got 9 more years, luckily. But I guess the sooner you can figure that out, the better. Oh, your post, William. Okay. Yeah, maybe I could bring that up and check it out. I think it will be relevant to what we're discussing here today. I mean, I don't mean to... It's hard. Like, that's the thing, man. It's hard not to want to call it out, the hypocrisy of it all. And I understand that even trying to do so kind of feeds it. You know, it feeds it, and it makes it, it gives certain people exactly what they want, where it's like, this was never about being fair. This was never about being correct. This was never about being factual. This was just about simply getting the attention, you know? And I feel bad because I seemingly end up feeding into that. And I really, I don't, that's not my intention. But you know what they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? It's just that it ends up, there's always an emotionality involved in it, because it's hard not to feel, not necessarily emotional, but just kind of like express that annoyance in like I don't understand. Like, it just it's not even about trying to understand. It's about the bad actors getting caught. That's what it's about. At the end of the day, that's what it's always been about. It's about the people who are disingenuous, who are lying, probably lying so hard that they're even lying to themselves, you know? And I just think there's not, like, I get it, man. I'm not perfect. I've had my moments where, like, people have brought shit to my attention or like, hey, remember when you said this? And it's like, you got me. You know, yeah, with what I just said based off of previous statements, although, you know, people can change their mind, of course, but yeah, it can. Whoa. Considering it's like, yeah, I was a bit hypocritical, you know, and I should work on that. And I should, that's the thing, man. It's just turning around and being like, you know what? I was wrong. It's not hard to do. And it certainly shouldn't be hard to do when you're presented with something that's like, not sure how you're going to get out of this one, you know? But yet, they'll keep doing it. They'll keep doing it. They'll be doing their gymnastics out there. Dodging bullets. Dodging receipts. I don't know. Changing your mind equals hypocrisy. Well, it depends on how it's done, Tarnished. Because, like, changing your mind in a moment where it's like getting caught and being like, I'm sorry. And it's like, no, you're sorry because you got caught. What is it? And that's difficult. I mean, we're getting into like philosophical territory, but it's like, what does it mean to really, truly be sorry? What does it mean to like change your mind for the better? A natural change that occurs, you know, versus something that's like, oh, well, people are just saying what they have to say. So like for me, one of the examples I can use, and I guess this is kind of relevant. Well, actually, it is very relevant to the topic we're talking about. It's like, MBG, how do you feel about PlayStation putting their games on Steam or porting their games to Steam? When they first started doing that, I thought it was a mistake. And I did not hide that fact. I was like, I think that this is going to destroy the console. This is going to severely hurt the console. This is going to devalue it. People are going to stop supporting it. It's going to devalue their games, the whole 9 yards. And years went by, and the reality occurred. You know, the data came in, the numbers, which cannot lie, and the numbers are as factual as it gets. The numbers told me I was wrong. Like, hey, man, you know that thing you said about these games being available on PC, making it so people wouldn't buy a PS5? That's not true. And here are the numbers to prove it and back it up. And that thing you said about, you know, people feeling as though their console is devalued and writing off the console and everybody flocking to PC instead, you were wrong about that too. Here are the numbers to prove that. And that was one of those things where it's like, wow, okay, I'm going to hold that L because I was completely wrong. And I was just totally wrong. And that, like, that's not at all what happened. I was afraid that basically what happened to Xbox would happen to PlayStation, because when Xbox said they were going day and date with their games on PC and Steam back in like 2016, that's when they really started to go downhill with their console sales. And I thought, okay, well, clearly them doing that is what triggered it. But it turns out, no, that's not what triggered it. That's the trajectory that Xbox was going to be on no matter what. Whether they decided to port their games to PC or not, they weren't going to go past 40 or 50 million consoles sold. And the fact that the PS5 is clearly going to blow past 100 million is solid proof of that, you know, at least to a degree. And I think it's like, to me, that doesn't feel like hypocrisy. That feels like a change of mind based off on actual facts. Right? Like, I made a statement that was based on my own opinion on what I thought would happen. The data came in. I looked at the data, and the data, I formed my new opinion on the data, which is, okay, well, all those data sheets over there, all those numbers just told me that whatever I thought was going to happen, totally wrong. Just totally wrong. Completely. I think that's important to do. And bro, oh my God, Silent Spartan, I don't know how to react anymore. I don't even know how to react to Silent Spartan. He dropped another 50 memberships on you guys.
Holy shit.
Lamb. We got another 50 bomb in here. Hype. She got real scared for a second. She's like, yo, what are you doing? You ready? Silent Spartan, dude. Another 50 memberships. This has been literally every stream he's been stopping by, dropping 50 on you guys. I'm in disbelief, man. W's in the chat for Silent Spartan. Thank you so much, dude. Here, Leia, quick, before boss comes. It's all you. She's getting real nervous. She's breathing all fast. Whoa. Really? Oh, she's growling. Hold on. Okay. All right, boss. Yeah, I thought that was how it was going to go down. Boss comes in, is like, they're mine now. No. Leia immediately started growling. He's like, you know what, though? You know what? I think I'm just going to... I wasn't coming for your treats. I was just trying to get on the chair here. But Silent Spartan, again, man, I don't even know what to say at this point, bro. You've been coming by literally every stream, dropping 50 membership gifts onto the community. And, I mean, that is unbelievable support, dude. I don't even know really what to say about that other than thank you. Sincerely, thank you. You know, all the donations that people contribute to the channel, you know, whether they're member gifts, super chats, direct donations, they all add up together and make a difference. And believe me when I tell you, like, bigger donations, they get added onto that as well. And it's hugely generous. All right, come on, boss, get down. I gotta feed this beast. He knows what time it is. Come on. Follow the treats, boss. Leia's almost done. All of the chat is gifted now. Well, we are going to be doing some members content this week, guys. All right. Okay. This is total chaos going on here with the cats. If you just got gifted a membership, if you're in the stream or if you're watching it later on and you find out you got a gifted member, keep a lookout. Keep a lookout this week because we're going to be doing members content. We're probably going to have a members lounge. As much as I want to stream Death Stranding 2 gameplay, but I just don't think it's a good idea. I'm seeing how serious people are about trying, I mean, myself included, trying to avoid spoilers, and I just don't know if I'm going to stream Death Stranding. That's going to happen later on. But a game that is coming out soon that I'm going to be playing is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 remake. So maybe we could do a gameplay stream for that, and then later on we'll do Death Stranding. But I just want to put that out there because yeah, man, we've been you guys have been dropping so many members and Silent Spartan dropping 50 bombs left and right. We've been getting new members as well. So definitely want to encourage them to check out the member only content. And obviously, if you enjoyed enough, consider becoming a monthly member. It helps the channel quite a bit. And we have I'm just gonna say Martinez 612 because I'm afraid I'm gonna destroy your name there. Member for 8 months. He says, salute, champ. Absolutely. We salute you, Silent Spartan. No, I made sure boss wasn't going to flash the camera this time, man. I made sure of it. Let me update the goal here. And yeah, we'll see if we can get to that coveted 100 mark today. We'll do here's what we'll do for if we can manage to get to 75 members today, which is a real possibility now. We'll do Leia catnip so she can go crazy. She always loves a catnip. Do you think that's a waste? Stream DS2? Well, dude, I don't know. I mean, what I could do if I really wanted to do it, if I really wanted to do a Death Stranding 2 stream, I could just start over from the beginning. But that's tough too because I also want to make progress. I always have this struggle, man, specifically with like Sony games because they're so story driven. Yeah, we bought the mic, Unknown. I got the new boom arm. It's here, and the rest of it should be coming on July 1st. So July 1st may or may not be the first day we stream with a new mic. If I'm not streaming that day with a new mic, it's because it's going to arrive, later that day. But just a couple more days, and I hope you guys notice the difference. That's all. I hope it improves the channel. You think I could just stream it and put a heavy spoiler tag title or something? That's true. That's an option. It just feels like by doing that, so many people are not going to tune in that it might make me question, like, was this even worth it? You know? Well, I will say, the last gameplay stream we did was getting the Days Gone Platinum. That was for members, and that was really fun. I had a good time with that. You guys had a good time. And it was, a little bit different. And that was an interesting one because I was at the very, very end of the game, And at that point, obviously, spoilers were implied, but it was like a month and a half after it came out. Technically, 5 years. If people are showing up for a DS2 stream and expect not to be spoiled, that's on them. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that kind of goes for any time you're streaming a new single-player game in general. There has to be some level of expectation going in, like, you say pick a game to stream that people don't care about spoilers. Well, I'll think about it. We got a whole week's worth of stuff coming up. Garrett, you had to block people on Twitter for posting spoilers. Yeah, I haven't had anything major spoiled so far, but I've definitely seen a couple of screenshots of stuff that's like, oh, okay, well, it's not like, I mean, I'll put it to you this way. Like, if it was a spoiler, I don't know the context. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, and I don't want to find out. I just know I probably shouldn't be seeing this. So, yeah, I've had to be really careful. Ever vigilant on Twitter, man, with the spoilers. And we have Mr. OP66 saying, wishing everyone a great summer. I'm finally playing Wukong, and it is awesome. Bought it through pre-order. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong, man. It's a game that I didn't finish, but I did enjoy what I played. It's quite challenging, I gotta say. Black Myth Wukong is quite a challenging game. It's one that it's one of those games that I think, like, you do need a certain level of skill to be able to actually meaningfully progress, because there are definitely skill checks. But thank you so much for wishing us a great summer, man. Yeah, I mean, summer's in full swing now. It's getting real hot out. I got pretty sunburnt on my arms yesterday. Like, I didn't realize it till later in the evening and at night. Like, my entire I think it's like I'm starting to look more tan now, but holy shit. Sunburn's no joke, dude. Make sure you're careful if you're out in the sun, whether it be sunblock or having proper shading or whatever, because I always do this every year, man. Like, I go outside and it's like, oh yeah, there's clouds, so I'm not going to get sunburned. It's like, bro, you're not stupid. The UV rays go through the clouds. You're going to get burnt. I'm like, nah. I got burnt. I got pretty badly burnt. Luckily, I was wearing a shirt, so it was just my arms. But when I was a kid, I got burnt so bad numerous times. Definitely should have been wearing sunblock. And we have Ray coming in. Wow, it doesn't even show your. I don't like what YouTube did with this update, putting the @ as your name. I see you, William. Maybe. And Ray comes in and drops 5 more member gifts for you guys, bringing us up to 65 on the day. Ray, thank you so much for that, buddy. Thank you for keeping the member train going. Huge month for members, bro. Huge month. Thank you guys so much. And as you can see, I'm keeping it up there, the direct donation goal for the mic. I'm going to keep it up there for a little bit, just so everybody's aware we did hit it. Because I know people have been waiting for that. And Ray, with your super chat, you're saying just start with Death Stranding 1 and then go into Death Stranding 2. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting thought. I could stream Death Stranding 1, but oh my God, that'd be so weird. the idea of going back and playing Death Stranding 1, even though I'm about 9.5 hours into Death Stranding 2 so far, it would be interesting. I can think about that because it would be interesting to kind of compare. Because I'll tell you, man, I know I've said it numerous times, but it's worth repeating. The first, like, I mean, I'm 9.5 hours in at this point, but for the first 3 to 5 hours of this game, it feels like just the entire feeling around it is different. I don't know why. I guess it's just because they just kind of throw you into it, man. Like they give you all these things right from the start. I mean, it kind of reminded me a little bit. I know this is going to sound crazy, but bear with me. It reminded me a little bit of MGS3. Well, actually, to be fair, maybe you could say MGS2 as well, just without the twist, where like in those games, you kind of have like the prologue, right? Where specifically with MGS3, that one is the most interesting. Slight spoilers for MGS3, I guess. But like, you know, you go, what's the name of it? Selino Yarsk or whatever. I forget the name. It's some fictional jungle. But you make your way through like a couple of areas and sounds like one of my cats is getting into something they shouldn't be. Hold on. Yeah, my cats are misbehaving. Knocking stuff over. But what I was trying to say is like you in MGS3 in like basically the prologue of the game, it doesn't really tell you it's a prologue. You just think it's the game and you go through the first couple of areas, but it kind of serves as a tutorial as well. And then something happens, which for anybody who's going to play Delta Snake Eater, I won't tell you what happens, but and this is where the slight spoiler comes in, but you end up coming back to that area and basically like, actually, we're starting over again. But this time you actually, you know, you're familiar with the game's mechanics, you know what to do. It's just really interesting that this is the way I noticed that Kojima, I don't know if it's always been this way, but through multiple games kind of likes to put you in the area, put you in like the game. You know, this is the game, this is the main game, and you think you're kind of progressing, but it's actually somewhat of a tutorial. And I just think MGS3 is the funniest because it literally just puts you in the same area again. So it's like, now do it better. And I kind of got that feeling with Death Stranding 2 where it throws you in and in the first hour of Death Stranding 2, you approach not an enemy encampment, but it's like an area that's being patrolled by enemies. And again, it just gave me that MGS3 vibe so strongly where like when Snake first encounters those enemies and he's looking through his binoculars and he sees the beehive and he's like, I'm going to knock that beehive on them or whatever. It just gave me that exact vibe of like, okay, like this is why I think people were like, it's feels more like Metal Gear this time than the first game did. But Ray, again, thank you so much for the support, buddy. We also have Michael Lynch with another super chat saying, stream Mandragora. It's an awesome side-scrolling RPG action game with Souls-like elements. I've seen that game a couple of times, Michael, and it looks interesting. I wonder if it's a game I would end up playing at some point. I've actually seen it quite a few times, and I'm like, this does look good. I don't usually play side-scrollers like that, but I've never been against them, you know? Michael says it's damn good. There's a boss fight I'm going to go crazy for. Damn. I only had one boss fight so far, and I'm not going to say, again, I'm not spoiling anything, but I've beaten one boss. Dude, that's the thing. I'm not trying to rush this game, but I want to keep playing as much as I possibly can. And I notice like I want to take my time with it, and I am taking my time, but there's this eagerness where it's like, I know some crazy stuff is waiting around the corner. I know it lies ahead, bro. And I will say this, somebody recommended to me with Death Stranding 2, they were like, when you reach that point, they said something about dogs, and I didn't understand what they were talking about. And they were like, if you just go like right to them, like there's going to be a cutscene or whatever. So I did that, and I'm glad I did that because the cutscene was interesting. I'm like, oh, Kojima's doing it again. If you know, you know. Want to see more Phantom Blade Zero. Yeah. And William's like, Legend of Dragoon, bro. Nominzer. Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'm glad you did, because I guess the implication is that you could miss that cutscene, maybe. It's a small one, and it's kind of understandable why, like, it's not a necessary cutscene. I guess you could miss it if you really were going in a different direction, but it was cool. Yeah, I liked it. It was short. Think Phantom Blade Zero hands-on event, July 26th through 27th. I wonder if that's when they're going to give the release date. They said they were going to give a release date this year. DS2 is really just MGS 5.5. There's a lot of nods to MGS 5. I mean, when it comes to Death Stranding 2, I feel like the highest praise I could give to a game, doesn't matter what game, just the highest praise I could give to a video game is when I start to feel like I know it's like a bad term to use. It's a popular term, but you know, it's like I'm getting addicted to the game, right? But that is, I think, truly the high. Well, see, I don't know if that's the high. I don't want to use the word addictive, because sometimes you could talk about like, oh, it's psychological exploitation, you know, loot boxes and shit and microtransactions. I'm not trying to like lean in that direction. I guess what I just mean to say is like when I play a game where like every time I put it down and I'm going to do other things, and all I'm thinking about is, man, I cannot wait. Like I want to get back to it as soon as I possibly can and keep going. You know, like if nothing else had to be done and nothing got in my way, I could maybe sit here for 10 hours straight or close to it, just playing. I mean, I feel like I can't really give any higher praise than that for a game. And I didn't feel that way about Death Stranding 1 until probably close to the middle of the game, and especially as I started to get to the later game and the end game and trying to platinum it. But for some reason with Death Stranding 2, again, maybe it just comes down to the improvements and the refinements that were made, but I've been feeling that way ever since I started playing it. I'm addicted to walking, bro. Dude, you know, that's the thing I want to say. My friend made that joke about like, oh, it's just you just walk. And I understand why the game has this reputation because of the first one, but dude, I haven't done more shooting than walking. That would be a lie, but I've done my fair share of combat so far in the game, dude. I've done a lot of shooting, a lot of sneaking, a lot of stealth, like a surprising amount. I can say like I knew that Kojima was going to go more in this direction, and I knew that that's what the previewers and everything, you know, they said that's what it feels like, or they brought more of that to the forefront. I didn't think it was this much. And to be fair, it's all optional, most of it. Some of it's not, but it's surprising. You can't stop building the roads and the monorails. 6 hours went by in a blink yesterday. MGS 5 is perfect gameplay. Will Death Stranding 2 come to Xbox Series X? Probably at some point. I just don't know if it's going to be like another 5-year wait. I could see it being shorter. I don't think it'll be like a year. I don't know though. You know, you're talking about contractual clauses that were put in there years ago, back in like 2015, 2016. Sony very likely, like, truthfully, this is probably how it went down. Sony very made it so that each game, Death Stranding 1, Death Stranding 2, because at the time they didn't even know the name of the game. Like they're just, they're writing out this contract with Kojima where it's like, so you're going to make 2 AAA games. You're going to make the new IP and then you're going to make a sequel to the new IP. They probably made it either so both games are locked to play, like not locked, but cannot go to Xbox. They cannot go to competing consoles for a minimum of 5 years, or for the first game, it's 5 years. For the second, 2.5. Something along those lines is probably realistically what was written up, because it became clear that after 5 years, the ownership of the IP will be transferred to Kojima, but that doesn't negate the contract that they wrote up, you know? So the final part of the contract probably is Death Stranding 2 being exclusive or console exclusive to the PS5 for a set period of time. I doubt it would be 1 year, because Sony would have known when writing that contract up that, you know, the second game is probably going to be for the next generation console, and we want to ensure that it can, you know, stay exclusive long enough on that console. Oh, I love MGS5. Yeah, MGS5 is incredible. MGS5, not the strongest Metal Gear story, but gameplay, impeccable. I mean, I'll be honest, man, as much as I'm loving the gameplay of Death Stranding 2, I still think about MGS5 gameplay, dude. And yet, the first hour, the opening of MGS5, I don't think Kojima will ever top that. That was the best opening to, like, I think any video game I've ever played. No joke. It was wild. Good shit. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Thinking about it more now. The horror vibe. It's a shame. It's such a shame that Kojima wasn't able to properly finish MGS5, because you could tell for him that he was planning on that being his, like, his final Metal Gear, and he wanted to put everything in it. Tarnished, simply put, yes. To put it as simply as I can, yes. So, yeah, you know, I see mentioning Fizzant. That's the thing. When Sony wrote this new contract for Kojima for Fizzant, it's probably almost identical to Death Stranding 1 or the Death Stranding contract, where it's like, okay, we're going to have ownership, or who knows, maybe this time around they're like, you could just have ownership from the get-go with Fizzant, but it'll probably be exclusive for like multiple years or something. At the very least, 2 years, something along those lines. I was thinking Robert Pattinson might end up being the main character of Fizzant. Seems like him and Kojima have been talking. They need to make oh my god, I almost just said Gay's Gone. Let's slow it down. They need to make a Days Gone too. Oh geez. Reading the chat too quickly. That's a problem sometimes. Leo Jimmy. Kojima said he went on record recently saying that he does not plan on making Death Stranding 3. But if somebody else, maybe like Sony or another studio, if they wanted to make it, he would be totally cool with that. And I know people are like, well, didn't he say the same thing about Metal Gear Solid? He doesn't want to make any more Metal Gear Solid games, and then he went on to make like 2 or 3 more. I believe Kojima this time, though, because his time is very limited. Like, he's already working on Fizzant, so that's already locked in. And he's got OD, I assume he's still working on. And he made it clear that when he's finished with Fizzant, he's making a movie. And I believe him. I absolutely believe that he's going to want to make sure he makes a movie before he's gone. So I don't think it's a lie. Or not to say he was lying previously, but I think that it's for real. Like, he's not coming back and making a Death Stranding 3. Well, that's the thing, Schmidt. Kojima Productions owns the Death Stranding IP, so they could license it out. Yeah, they could license it to a different publisher or a different studio. I mean, I don't think Kojima Productions, they don't seemingly do their own publishing. I mean, that's kind of obvious. So they would probably license it out to another publisher. I guess the question is, what studio would want to make a Death Stranding 3, and would we trust that studio? I'm not sure. I'm sure there are studios who would want to take a crack at it, but that's a tough one. I feel like Death Stranding it's such a unique game. It's like, can you have a good Death Stranding game without Kojima involved and Kojima Productions in general? Well, yeah, I mean, you figure AAA game development, like big AAA game development, takes 5 to 7 years these days. And he's 61. So, I mean, by the time Fizzant comes out, he'll be 66, 67 years old. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he could conceivably do... Well, I don't know, though, because it's one of those things where, like, is Kojima going to be is he going to be a person that lives to be, like, 95? I mean, look at, like, Clint Eastwood, dude. Somehow, it's crazy. Like, but Clint Eastwood still is involved with directing movies. And I think he's, like, 95. Which is just, like, certainly an anomaly. But I could... Clint Eastwood was 132 years old. I could see Kojima basically being the Clint Eastwood of video game direction, you know? Kojima will be 90 years old out here still. He'll be like, you know what? I got one more in me. I am gonna do Death Stranding 3. Finally. Oh, his last movie was his last? Okay. But, well, still, I mean, geez. Makes sense. Makes sense, though, right? Guerrilla Games going to make Death Stranding 3. I mean, it's kind of funny when you think about it, but it maybe would make sense considering they're the ones that made the Decim engine. You could actually see it. It's hard for me to even think about the idea of Death Stranding 3 because I'm nowhere near, done with Death Stranding 2. So my feelings on Death Stranding 3 they'll come into focus once I complete this game because depending on what happens, for all I know, I'm going to be like, oh no, we do not need a 3. Or I'm going to be like, wow, he's crazy for saying he wouldn't do a 3. It'll be probably one of those two. Remember, Japanese are less stressed than most societies, so Kojima will be here a long time. I mean, that's true. He is 61, but he looks good for his age. He's been looking a little stressed lately, though. He looks like he's doing those PR rounds. The launch of Death Stranding 2, he looks a little tired, a little strung out. Let Kojima be one of the people you deliver packages to. Mel Brooks is in his 90s and he's finally making Spaceballs too. I think I saw that recently. That's crazy. That is crazy. OD isn't even out yet. Yeah, I mean, Steven Seagal is the final porter. Listen, I am a Kojima fan in that way too, where at this point, I would be willing to try certainly anything he puts out. I remember when Death Stranding was first announced, I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy shit. Damn. It was announced quick, dude. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't... So MGS5 came out in 2015, and if I recall correctly, when did we get the first trailer for Death Stranding 1? Was that at the end of 2016? I feel like it was in 2016. You're not a Kojima fan. Where's your Kojima poster? Bro, I got a shirt. I got a Kojima shirt. That counts for something, right? E3 2016. Yeah, that's insane. So MGS5 ships September 2015, and the first Death Stranding trailer comes out E3 2016. That's nuts. Now that's insane efficiency. Well, I'll tell you what, man. A lot of people enjoying Death Stranding 2 right now. And it'll be impossible for me not to continue talking about it as I'm playing through it, but I can promise that there will be no spoilers. I will just continue to talk about my thoughts and feelings on the gameplay and you know, maybe based on any gameplay changes that occur throughout the story, maybe, you know, talk about that as well. Whereas, you know, throughout the game. Trying to think if there's anything in particular I want to mention that isn't spoiler territory. There is one thing I'll say. This isn't spoilery, but Kojima did confirm that he had to like rewrite this game, or he decided to rewrite it like halfway through or something. I feel like I picked up on that a little bit, just a little bit, where it really felt like the game was going in one particular direction, like one very specific direction, at least based off of where I'm at now. And it kind of felt like, oh, wait, actually, hold on, though. Actually, walk it back a little bit. Now, again, I don't know if that's from the rewrite or from his, like, he wanted to kind of change the direction the game's going to go in. But I definitely picked up something there. And not a bad way. It wasn't done badly, but it was something that was just like, oh, okay, this is abrupt. You know, this is kind of sudden and abrupt. But actually thinking back on it, considering it was first revealed in 2022 and we got trailers, and maybe not as much. I don't know, maybe that was the original intent the whole time. Unknown, how'd you know? Am I picking up Wu Chang Fallen Feathers on July 17th? I don't know. I know I'm going to get Tony Hawk and play that because that's nostalgia bait right there. Wu Chang I want to play. I just don't. See, that's a game that seems like it's going to be a bit of a commitment, though, because it's a single-player game. And my entire focus right now, I'll be honest, I think I'm going to be just walking away from Days Gone for now, where I got the platinum. I just don't have all the DLC trophies. I just beat it on New Game Plus and survival mode. And I think I'm just going to put it down for now so I can just put all of my attention on Death Stranding, because this whole idea I had in my mind was like, oh, I'm going to balance out playing Days Gone Remastered while playing Death Stranding. And then I know I'm going to want to play a little bit of Tony Hawk when that comes out. I don't think I'm going to be able to balance those three games. So I want to put all my focus on Death Stranding now. And I could see myself getting, maybe, depending on where I am. See, I was going to say I'll play Wu Chang Fallen Feathers in August, but then it's like, well, you have Mafia coming out, you have Metal Gear coming out, Dying Light the Beast is coming out. I think all three of those games are coming out the same month. So it's like, Wu Chang may end up being a game that I play later on down the line. Maybe later this year. Maybe it's like an end of year game. By the way, guys, okay. I meant to ask you, has anybody received one of those new ads that they're doing, by the way, for the stream? Where it plays on the side or something while you're watching me. Did anybody get one of those yet? Because I'm just going to be asking, because that's a thing that YouTube recently notified me of. You just got 2 full screen? So they're doing full screen ads? That's not what they told me. Damn. I'll tell you right now, man, YouTube is getting fed up. They're getting fed up with their streaming stuff, man. They're doing everything they can to get ads to run on their streams. You have YouTube Premium. You haven't had any yet? You think members don't get ads? I don't know. So anybody who did get one that was full screen, okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that, because I think it was the last stream I did. There's like this big notification where it's like, we're now running like side by side ad, or not side by side, like side screen ads or something like that. So I'm a little confused as to why people are telling me they're getting full screen. I'll look into it. I mean, I'm a YouTube Premium subscriber. I think it's totally worth it. Out of all the subscription services that are out there, for like, you know, for all the different platforms, I mean, YouTube Premium, I think, has to be the most valuable. I also use YouTube Music, though, so that comes with the premium membership. So I'm like, that's like 2 for 1 for me. I watch more than just YouTube, but I do watch a lot of things on YouTube, but I also listen to YouTube Music, so it's like, yeah. You saw an ad on another channel and it split the screen down the middle. All right, well, yeah, guys, you let me know. You let me know if you get that or not, because now I'm starting to wonder if there's something inside the settings somewhere or whatever that I might have to look into. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I wonder if it's because of where you're watching it. That may be why you had side screen ads on your TV, but full screen on your phone. Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be what it is they're doing. Where if you're on, if you're watching it on a TV. Well, how many people are watching? So Unknown, you're watching on PC. You got full screen. Okay. I swear, man, YouTube's. I mean, I appreciate YouTube always trying to improve and changing stuff up, but it really does feel like it feels like I can't keep up anymore. Every day. Dude, I'm on YouTube, like literally making content. There are times I don't even know what I don't know what they're doing. All right, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see how it goes. You're getting ads on your phone, but not your TV. Okay. Well, hey, if it makes you guys feel any better, it is helping the channel. So there is that. You don't mind the ads, but not in the middle of something important. Yeah, that's what always worries me about ads on like a stream. Is like the whole idea is you want to listen to what I'm saying and not miss anything. Like if I get to a specific topic that you've been waiting for and you're like, I've been waiting for this. They give you like a 2-minute ad or something. Did anybody get a Death Stranding 2 ad though? Anybody? Death Stranding 2 ad? No? I mean, what, bro? What? How could they not do a Death Stranding 2 ad? Oh, you got one yesterday, Lady Gamer? Nice. They're making the ads longer? Oh, geez. All right, well, we'll continue to monitor it. All right, so let's continue the conversation we were having earlier. We're a little bit all over the place. It was for Blue Chew. I'm out, bro. I'm out. Yeah, that's it. I'm done. Let's go back to the conversation we were originally having. We did deviate a little bit, which is fine, because we deviated to talk about Kojima Productions and Death Stranding 2 once again. But yeah, so I got my little rant out of the way earlier. I'm going to try to avoid retreading that ground where I'm just, I'm just pointing out some of the nonsense and the hypocrisy that I'm seeing. But now let's actually get into the meat and potatoes of this discussion, which is, does Sony care that now in June of 2025, if you boot up the Xbox PC app, wherever that application is available, the Xbox PC app, you boot it up, you can now run PlayStation Studios titles inside of that app via Steam. You think my video today summed it up well? Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I tried to do my best with that video to kind of like... See, that's the thing. If I didn't stream, that's all I would have put out there, and it probably would be better off for me in the sense that, like, sometimes it's better to say less, be more concise, but I definitely have more to say. How optimized are those even going to be to run on it? Petrov says, who cares? It's a PC. Well, here's something I want to point out. I did put this in my video, but I want to point it out again here because it comes from one of the main sources that got this conversation really going. Tom Warren from The Verge. He's like the Microsoft dude at The Verge. And he put out a couple of things. But one of the things he put out was a 20-second video saying, here's the Xbox PC launcher experience running Spider-Man 2 from Steam. The PlayStation PC game launches straight from the Xbox application. And somebody replied, and this reply got a lot of attention, and they said, I have to say, it is pretty surreal that an Xbox application launches a competitor's game. It's unprecedented. But Tom Warren had to kind of check this guy a little bit, not aggressively, but just, you know, keeping things straight here, saying unprecedented would be if the next generation Xbox console does this. This is kind of normal in the PC launcher world. And this, to me, kind of sums up where I think Sony sits right now. For now. And I think they might remain in this spot, but I think it completely hinges on Microsoft's messaging. I think Sony is sitting back and watching very closely how Microsoft is conveying this change, how they're wording it, how they're communicating it to not just their own fan base, but every gamer. Right? Like, here you go. This is what Xbox is now. I think depending on how they communicate that message or choose to communicate that message for the next generation Xbox is going to determine whether or not Sony actually tries to do anything. Now, we first need to establish, could Sony do anything if they wanted to? Let's say Sony really does have a chip on their shoulder and they're like, we can't have this. This cannot stand. We can't allow our PlayStation Studios titles to be running on any type of Xbox application, regardless of whether they're running on Steam or not. We just can't have it. What could Sony do? There's only one thing, as far as I am aware. As far as I'm aware, and you know, I've looked into it a little bit, the only thing Sony could do is delist their games from Steam and not be on Steam anymore. Because looking into it, apparently there's like a rule, it's within Steam's guidelines, I believe, that you can't pick and choose where it's like one of these things, like if your game is on the Steam storefront, wherever Steam is available, like legally people have to be able to access it. You can't just like cut off. You can't cut it off from like a, you know, like, so for example, I don't think Sony could turn and say, we don't want our games, PlayStation Studio games, playable via Steam through this application. I don't think they're allowed to do that. That's against Steam's like guidelines, essentially. But they can block entire regions even though Steam is available in them. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that. I mean, I guess that is a little bit different. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I'm not I'm not that well versed in what Steam's guidelines actually are, but I've seen enough people freaking out about, you know, I've seen enough people freaking out about this that they all come out of the woodwork, which is good. So we understand like what can and cannot happen, and they all say the same thing. And it's like, Sony cannot block these games. They cannot do it. You're saying, in fact, even delisted games can be re-downloaded as many times as people want. I have a few games that were delisted, and that's another thing, right? That's another thing too. Is like, it would cut it off, as in like no more going forward. But it's like you're saying, if you bought that game on Steam, like Sony can't go into your Steam library and remove the game. So this kind of leaves us with the big question. This is the real elephant in the room. It's one we've talked about before, but it's something that I think is worth bringing up here again, because it's something that, as Tom Warren said to this person, what we are seeing right now is not unprecedented. However, depending on what Microsoft is planning on doing with the next Xbox console, may or may not end up being unprecedented. And so, I'm looking at the video clip right now. It's 20 seconds long, and it's like, yeah, you have the Xbox application. Like, if I on my PC right now, right? If I booted up the Xbox application and I had God of War Ragnarok, I bought it on Steam, right? I would see the God of War Ragnarok game sitting there on the Xbox app. But at the bottom right corner, it has a picture of the Steam logo, informing me that that's where it sits. So there's two big questions here, I think, outside of, does Sony care? The other two big questions are, what is Microsoft's end goal with this? What is their end goal? Truly, is it to cause confusion and make people believe that if you are, that if you're with Xbox, you're existing in a place where you can have everything? Is that what they're trying to say? Or is it about MAUs, monthly active users? Like, what is the end goal here? And I feel like this is the more interesting part, because nobody seems to actually know precisely what Microsoft's end goal is. And maybe that's for a good reason. Maybe that's done purposely. They're purposely trying to keep people a little bit confused, or, they're trying to keep things a bit blurry and make it difficult to come into focus. The second question, outside of, does Sony care, is, like I said a moment ago, what is their next Xbox actually going to be? Is it going to be marketed as a console? Or is Microsoft going to essentially make it clear that it's more of a PC? Right? Like, you can call it a console, but it's a PC. Somebody left an interesting comment on my video today that I want to highlight for a moment, because I think it actually sorry about that. I think it actually does a good job in kind of, well, I have a funny comment as well. Somebody left a comment. It did get 12 upvotes on my channel. And this is interesting to me, because I'm not sure that this represents a large group of people, but 12 people upvoted it, and this person said, it's what you get for putting everything on PC. And I'm like, well, money? I'm serious. Like, I'm not sure. And that's like, it just, I guess it reveals that there are people who do think that like Sony is actually like, now to be fair, my video, I titled it like, was Sony expecting this? So that maybe implies that they weren't, and maybe they weren't, but it's like, I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think that's what we're looking at here. I don't think we're looking at a Sony that's like, oh my God, guys. People don't care about the details, but it's starting to look like you could play PlayStation games on Xbox. Like, I mean, is some of that, like, is Sony talking about it? Like, you know, is Sony kind of looking over like, we keep an eye on that. Yeah, of course they are. Like, they're not just doing nothing. They're not just sitting there being like, whatever. They can't. I mean, it's too, again, you're talking about the same company that refused to even release Lego Horizon on Xbox. That's how much they hate them. Not hate, but like, that's how much they see them as competition. And Shuhei Yoshida recently went on record, by the way, confirming this. Shuhei Yoshida said that when Sony's doing their presentations internally and discussing other companies, that Nintendo doesn't really come up because they're not viewed internally at Sony as like major competition, as like their rival, as a company they have to be concerned about. Xbox was always the one that comes up. And that's why I don't believe for a second that Sony isn't paying close attention to this, but I'm just not sure that they're sitting there panicking, because if they are, listen, if Sony's sitting there panicking, being like, oh my God, what did we do? Then it would reveal that the critical mistake, the critical flaw was, yeah, you shouldn't have put your games on PC. But again, they're able to at any time decide to stop if they want to. So they haven't stopped yet. Although, yeah, no, they haven't stopped yet. You're saying Jeff Grubb explains it well in his video, the 4-minute mark? Well, there was one other comment I wanted to read real quick, and maybe I'll go check that out. Let me see if I can find it. Well, somebody else left a comment. Let me just read, because these comments on the video today are interesting. Somebody says, it is detrimental to PlayStation. At the end of the day, they are paying more in development costs to prove something they already knew before spending extra time and money porting to PC. If the sales were a quarter or half of the console sales, I could see where it would be worthwhile to continue. But in all but a few cases, sales are like sub 600,000 units, and 30% of that goes to Steam. Also, console sales volume have dropped. No one can say for sure why, but eventual availability on other platforms shouldn't be ruled out. PlayStation needs to pause the PC ports program indefinitely and pull everything off of Steam except maybe Helldivers 2. At a certain point, PlayStation needs to do what's best for its business and communicate to those few that are left to stop deluding themselves and just get a damn PlayStation if they want to play PlayStation games. I gotta say, that's an interesting ass comment, dude. Because it's that, like, those comments I really appreciate, because it's a well thought out. It's not fanboyish in any way. It's not console warring. It's just straight up like, is the juice worth the squeeze? This is the question Sony needs to ask themselves. You look at something like Helldivers 2, the answer is absolutely yes. I just censored myself for some reason. I don't know why I do that. Absolutely, the juice is worth the squeeze. You see stuff like The Last of Us Part 2 and how it can't even go beyond 30K concurrent, and you do have to ask, like, what was that worth it? I mean, I considering the game sold like 11 or 12 million copies or more on just your console alone, I'm gonna say that sounds like you probably got less than 1 million sales on PC. I don't know. That's a big hitter, dude. That's a big, heavy ass hitter. So yeah, not an expensive port. It's not an expensive port, but it's the dilution of it all. You know what I mean? Like, from Sony's perspective, Sony has not really communicated this clearly to even investors. The only thing Sony really said is they haven't noticed any cannibalization. Like them putting their games on PC, they haven't noticed it have a negative impact on the console sales. But at what point do we ask, like, well, that was prior to now the Xbox PC app. Like, listen, I'll just say this. I am noticing that for a large group of people, and when I say large group of people, I'm talking maybe about just the casual consumer, which is the largest group. I don't think they give a shit about the details. Even though the details to me and to you and I think to many others and to Sony are critically important, like, no. No, like, just because you can play Spider-Man 2 through the PC app via Steam doesn't mean you can play PlayStation games on Xbox. What people are seeing is an Xbox logo, an Xbox application logo, and somebody booting up Spider-Man 2 in it. That's what people are seeing. And all too often is the case, the perception is the reality. I don't make it that way. I don't want it to be that way. The perception should not be the reality. The reality should be the reality. But that's how these things work. And so I do have to question, like, you know, how okay is Sony with this? I don't think they're panicking, but it's like Microsoft is putting Sony in a position where it's like, your move, Sony, your move. And I see, you know, people asking, well, how is Microsoft going to make money? And I'm like, guys, it should be clear by now. I don't think Microsoft's worried about making money on this move. I think Microsoft knows exactly what they're doing, and they're trying to put Sony in this position where it's like, your move. It's not to say that Microsoft doesn't want to make money. They do. If they started bleeding money like crazy doing this, yeah, that would be a problem. I don't know. It's interesting seeing this kind of, I don't know. We're in some kind of weird middle place right now. You don't think they honestly care, as it's not really an Xbox console, it's a PC, a limited power one at that. And we have Amani B saying, oh, sorry, I read that one already. We have a Genius 200X with a $10 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Saying, any instance where Xbox ROG users who potentially buy a PlayStation game via Steam with any incompatibility, fixes will be demanded and reviews impacted. It will convolute things and mislead the general user. Yeah, I didn't really think about that, Genius. It seems like there's more than meets the eye with what's going on here. And that, to me, this is a perception game. Because I think what you just said, Genius, is actually true and something that could present problems. But it's something that, like, I don't say nobody's really thinking about, but not many people are. I think that's just a general case here, where the timing of it is all so interesting to me, because it's coming off of the back of Microsoft did something that was truly unprecedented. Like, you want to use the word people who want to use the word unprecedented, what was truly unprecedented is Microsoft being like, yeah, we're basically going multi-platform and we're going to release Gears of War on PlayStation 5. And there's more to come. Like, we're actually actively porting Forza Horizon 5 and Gears of War and enhancing them for the PS5 Pro, all the bells and whistles, doing physical versions. Well, except for, actually for Forza they didn't, which is crazy. But you know what I mean? Like, they're really going out of their way. And I think that's, like, it's just interesting to me that, like, right off the back of that, it's like, and here we go. Here's an Xbox app where you can somehow inside of it through Steam, you can boot up Spider-Man 2. We're talking about PC users who in themselves can be terrible, but add to the fact that some of them are now previously Xbox users who have the extra mental issue. Oh, man. I mean, I know it sounds aggressive what you're saying, Genius, but no, I see it. I see some of it. Trust me, I do. And it's very frustrating. Yeah, it's very, very frustrating. But let me see here. Somebody said here, don't be blind, MBG. If they have the next Xbox console having Steam, the console will be way more valuable than the PS6. Let's stop being fanboys. It is like, it is new because, like you said before, they are the direct competitor and having those games will be huge. But see, here's the thing. See, I think that comment is funny because it's like, MBG, let's stop being fanboys. Like, bro, the most fanboyish statement is you thinking that the next Xbox console is going to threaten Sony. Because it's not going, like, Microsoft straight up said it. But again, I'm keeping in mind the perception, but Microsoft put out a video where they said Windows, multiple storefronts. What does that sound like to you? Does that sound like a Windows PC? Does that sound like a Windows PC with an Xbox logo slapped on it? Because I'll tell you, I see people, they're like, well, isn't that kind of what the Series X is? Isn't that what the Xbox One was? No. I understand that it's like, well, there's different layers of Windows running. Like, bro, the most important thing to understand here is the next X. The biggest thing about the Series X and S right now is they are a closed, or were supposed to be a closed ecosystem. The Xbox console was built with a closed ecosystem in mind. That's why Windows couldn't work on it. Microsoft as a corporation, their original vision for their own console was a Windows-based device, but it couldn't work because they're like, well, that's not what the console space is. The console space is about being a closed ecosystem. That's how you succeed. Windows is the opposite of a closed ecosystem. Windows is as open as it gets. This is why I'm saying, like, people think that Microsoft is about to transform the console space into being open. And I'm like, no, it's them leaving the console space to go to the place that they always existed in, which is Windows, which is PC, where it's open. But like I'm saying, the perception, though, still exists. The perception, we're putting everything aside that I just said. Because granted, that was me just reacting to a singular comment that I disagree with. I disagree with where it's not that the Xbox console is a threat. The real question we need to ask ourselves is Microsoft about to weaponize PC gaming against Sony? Because that would be one hell of a twist. Not a surprising one, but a hell of a twist nonetheless, because it's like, you could say, well, didn't Valve already do that? Not really. Valve never really weaponized anything against Sony. Valve was just always doing their own thing, and it just worked out really well for them. And that's why Sony felt comfortable putting their games over there, because they're like, well, they're not trying to threaten us. You know, they're not trying to go after the console. They're not trying to hurt us. Like, they're just doing their own thing. And we've learned through market research and observation that a lot of players on Steam are never moving, no matter what we do. And that's not because Valve tried to steal them from us. That's just because that's where people chose to go. You know, like, that's it. They didn't want a console. It's nothing personal against PlayStation or Xbox or Switch. It's just they want PC, and that's where they go. What happens when that's suddenly Microsoft, though, at the forefront of that? Potentially. That's a ridiculous notion, because how's that? That just can't be possible. Like, there's no way. It feels, is it just me, or does it feel like Microsoft is low key, like, weaponizing Valve and Steam, and like actually trying to use that against Sony? And I question this because I just said that Valve and Steam have never tried to, like, they've never done anything to go against PlayStation, as far as I'm aware. Like, I mean, I know that, like, Gabe Newell had a problem with the PS3 and is like, we're not putting Left 4 Dead on there or whatever. But I'm just saying, it never felt like they were trying to take people away from PlayStation. And I feel like Microsoft is kind of stepping in that domain and being like, yeah, Valve, we're gonna use you to our, like, we're gonna weaponize you right now. And I guess Valve wouldn't really care, because it's like, well, what does that mean for us? And for them, it's just like more money. But it's interesting because it's like I'm saying, we're seeing this situation where you got the Xbox app running Spider-Man 2 sitting there, and in the bottom right corner, it's like real tiny, the Valve logo. You're saying that's fair because Valve uses Windows 2. Ah, see, and that's maybe the upper hand that Microsoft has there, where it's like, yeah, that's where Valve, that's a place where Valve thrives. That's where Steam thrives. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know that. It's a weird situation, dude. It's a really, really weird situation. And I think what's causing me to kind of go back and forth so much in my own mind with this is the fact that I see so many different comments, and it really feels like this is a coin flip situation where half the people I'm seeing could be right and the other half could be wrong, or it could be totally reversed. Where, you know, I'm seeing comments from people being like, bro, if the next Xbox has Steam on it, like, that's going to kill the PlayStation 6. That's going to severely hurt the PlayStation console. And I'm like, but I don't, like, I don't know. Is that true? Like, could that be true? That's the question. Like, could that be true? My instinct tells me there's no fucking way that could be true, because that exists right now. The only thing, this is the only thing that I've encountered that maybe challenges that thought of mine, is people say, well, listen, it's true that PC exists right now, and there are so many different PCs, so many different devices where you can access Steam. You know, Microsoft creating hardware where you can access Steam is not new. It's not threatening. But the question, and this is the big one, how console-like is it really going to be? Because when you have Microsoft out here talking about their next generation hardware coming from AMD, and then they're emphasizing Windows, I get the feeling like, so you're just making a PC. Like, that's what it feels like to me. That I feel like that's what you just told me, that you're making a Windows-based device, aka a PC, and it's going to have, I don't know if it'll have custom architecture, but it's being made by AMD, and you're going to put the Xbox logo on it. That, to me, and maybe this is wishful thinking, I don't know, but that to me sounds like Microsoft trying to basically, I don't want to say trick, because that sounds like a negative, as like a negative connotation, but in a way, kind of trying to trick console players that, like, this is a console too. It's like, is it though? It's like, no, it's actually just a Windows device. But here's the real question. If that Windows device has a whole new layer on top of it that makes it very easy to use, it does make it like it's like a plug and play PC. And that's the thing, is like, people have said that that's what consoles are, and like, not really. Consoles are not a plug and play PC. And this is where I think Sony, there might have to be a little bit of concern, where the plug and play PC experience doesn't really exist. A PS5 is not a plug and play PC. Even the current Xbox is not a plug and play PC. They're so streamlined that this is why PC players are like, I'll never use a console, because look at how different it is. Look at how closed off it is. Look at how limited it is. You know? My question is if Microsoft can somehow thread that needle of, like, it is a PC, but it's extremely, just extremely easy to use. I don't know. It's a tough one, because I don't even know how do you even achieve that? Like, how do you create a device that's for both PC and console players? How do you do that? Because I feel like that separation exists for a reason. It's because you can't do that, because if you want a PC experience, you want options. You want all the options. You want the ability to customize. You want it to be as open as it possibly can. And that's why PC players refuse to ever go to console, because people who want the console experience want the ease of plug and play and something more closed. But maybe that's kind of the middle area, right? Where it's like, well, what about a console with the openness of a PC, but the ease of use that a traditional console would offer? How do you blend those things? It's a serious question. Like, I don't understand, how do you blend those things? Because the whole idea is the more open it is, the more complex it immediately becomes. You are overwhelmed with options. You can do whatever you want. So it immediately makes it less streamlined. It immediately makes it more complex and immediately less appealing to the more, I guess you could say, casual audience that would naturally gravitate towards a plug and play console. Can I plug it in, boot up my game, download my game, click play, and that's it? I mean, I guess you could do that on this upcoming Xbox console, but how will it present that to you? Because like when you open Windows, I mean, my experience with Windows is it's not like overwhelming or anything, but it's just like, yeah, man, you can kind of like do what you want. You're kind of free to go anywhere. I mean, Microsoft tries to shuffle you in the direction of their own software, of course, but it just kind of opens and there you are. I don't know. This is going to be a really, 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 really interesting situation, because I think what we're seeing right now is the very beginning, like a teaser, almost like a teaser trailer of what's to come, where I look at this and I don't think this is the moment that people should be using to kind of flex and be like, that's right, all PlayStation games belong to Xbox now, or something like that. I don't think it's that. But I think it is the precursor. It is the teaser, the little peek into the window of like, this is where we're headed. This is what's coming. Like, what you're seeing now is on a PC handheld device. What's going to change when Microsoft puts out a trailer for their new console, the Xbox Prime or whatever the hell they want to call it, and you are seeing people like, you will be able to do this on that device. And it looks like a console. It's talked about like a console, but it's really a PC in disguise. I don't know. Like, I don't know if Sony's worried about that, because I think it all comes down to intent. People try to make it sound like Microsoft already made it clear, right? Like, they want people to play everywhere on all things. They're not trying to win anything. And it's like, well, to me, that's a kind of, frankly, that's a naive take, I believe, because it's like, no, Microsoft, there's something in it for them. There's something in it for them. And I've taken the stance of, I think it's because they're publisher now. MBG, a console-like experience on PC, is literally an app that Steam already does. It's called Big Picture Mode. Microsoft is tricking you. You're playing on a PC with all its idiosyncrasies. Idiosyncrasies. Oh my God. Stop using these words, bro. I think I said it right the first time. You should be playing Death Stranding 2 in brutal difficulty to get the most immersive experience. Feel to play. It plays great. I might try it. I feel like I'm doing too well. I think it's a little too easy. PlayStation 6 just needs exclusive games to subsidized and a subsidized price point, and it will be fine. Well, that's another thing that people are bringing up, right? People are talking about, the reason why people are asking how Microsoft is going to make their money is because the way it has always worked and still works in the console space is the hardware is put out there and it's made affordable because the software will subsidize the cost. The fact that it's a closed ecosystem that brings people in and people buy a lot of games on that closed storefront, or subscribe to that service because it's in a closed space, that's what will subsidize the cost of the hardware, which is critical, right? That's not going to exist for this upcoming Xbox device. So Microsoft has two options. Either A, lose a shit ton of money on every piece of hardware you sell, or B, you know, I mean, I guess the only other option is you got to sell it at a really premium price point where you're getting a profit off the rip, which means a ridiculously priced console. So that's still, yeah, I mean, something's not adding up here, though. That's why I think there's so much confusion, is because something is missing. And I firmly believe it's Microsoft. They haven't revealed their hand yet fully. We have Leo Jimmy with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Leo. He says MBG money could work in Sony's favor. If the games continue to be bangers, gamers that game will suffer from FOMO. They won't wait. Keep the year or 2 year window for PC. You're going to wait a year to play GTA 6 if it's out? Shaking my head. Interesting. I mean, yeah, I could be greatly overthinking this. I think what you're saying, Leo, is basically Sony looking at it as like, oh, Microsoft, we hope there are, like, because I think about it right now, like, I see Xbox players, I'm assuming they're Xbox players it seems like they are, where they're showing me pictures of like them booting up like Days Gone, or they have like Days Gone on their Xbox PC tab, or Spider-Man 2 or whatever. And I'm like, that's interesting. You know, it's interesting because if we go based off of what Sony just told us, Sony said, we're not changing our strategy. We're going to keep doing it the way we've been doing it. In other words, yeah, a game like Spider-Man 3, if there is a Days Gone 2 on the PlayStation 6, they're not launching day one on PC. They're not going to be there day one on Steam. Therefore, if you are on this Xbox device, or if you are on PC, but specifically just talking about this Xbox device, yeah, you can boot up Days Gone 1. That's great. And you can boot up Spider-Man 2, but it might be a year, maybe 2, maybe more before you can even think about booting up Spider-Man 3 or Days Gone 2 or the next God of War. And yeah, Leo, in that case, Sony might just view it as, listen, we want to get you with the FOMO on these single-player bangers. And if we can't get you with the FOMO, we'll get your sale a year, maybe 2 later. Maybe 3 in some cases. I mean, I got to say, when we put it like that, Leo, I don't know that that's so bad. You know? Because, like, if you think about it, that's exactly how Sony looks at PC players right now. And this is why I'm saying, like, it's like what Tarnish said a minute ago, where it's like, almost like I feel like I'm the one that's kind of being tricked here. And I don't think it's Microsoft that's trying to trick me. I think I might be falling for some of the takes out there, some of the opinions of people who really, really, really love Xbox, or, you know, still are kind of in that console war space, where like they do believe that if Steam is on the next Xbox console hybrid, like if that's what they choose to call it, is a console and Steam is on it, it's like on paper that sounds like, holy shit, that's a game changer. But the reality is, no, that's a PC. Literally, it's a Windows device. You know, and that's where it's just like, yeah, I guess the question is, let's just say Microsoft effectively markets this new device as a console. Like, we know it's a PC. Anybody really paying attention is like, that's a PC, right? But it's being marketed like it's a box, it's a console. You hook it up under your TV, and it's can start. Is that going to convince people? Is that going to make people be like, you know what? I don't want the PS6. I want that. I don't know, man. Like, I really don't know. I want to say probably not. I mean, hell, let me ask this question. Is this a play to finally get Steam players to buy a fucking console? Because I feel like in that case, this could be appealing. Where it's like, this is essentially the Steam Box console. Yes, it's an Xbox. Like, we have the Xbox logo in there, but that's basically what it is. Because maybe from that angle, it's kind of interesting. You know, like if you're a Steam player with a massive Steam library and you have a PC, maybe you don't have a console, and they're like, here's this kind of, it is kind of a console. It's still mainly a PC, but it's kind of a console, you know, and your Steam library, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck Microsoft is doing, bro. I feel like I'm going in every direction trying to figure it out, and I don't know what they'll call it. Sorry. We have Delwyn Jones. Delboy Jones. It's showing your whole name now, bro. Thank you for the generous super chat, man. You're saying, MBG, I'm like 18 hours into Death Stranding 2, and it's seriously gorgeous. The best I've seen this generation on PS5. It's also totally... Oh, hold on. Sorry, Delwyn. My YouTube studio crashed in the middle of me reading that. You're saying it's seriously gorgeous, the best I've seen this gen on PS5. It's also totally nailing it, and I keep jumping back in whenever chance I get. What a game. Definitely game of the year. Delwyn, I gotta say, I agree. Honestly. I was thinking the same exact thing, where this is easily, even though I'm not even, I think, a quarter into the game yet, this is game of the year material. Because if it just gets even a little bit better than what I'm experiencing, yeah, that's all it needs. And I think it's going to get a lot better than what I'm currently experiencing. But it also made me glad I bought the PS5 Pro, dude. Like, this is how I know I got to stick with my gut on these things. I saw so much hate for the PS5 Pro. I saw people losing their ever-loving minds over this console. And all I kept thinking to myself is, dude, I'm pretty sure by the time I get to like the middle of 2025, if I don't get this console, I'm gonna be wishing I got this console. I'm gonna be going out there and getting it. And yeah, that's exactly what it is, man. It's the complete package. I've been waiting for a game like this. I mean, I've played really good looking games. I was just playing Days Gone Remastered that looked incredible on the Pro. But I played other games that looked great on the Pro as well. But it's like, this is the type of experience that I've been waiting for. Where like this right here, yes, a $700 PS5 Pro is worth it for Death Stranding 2 on the beach alone. And this is just one of many games probably that I'll be, having this exact same experience with before the generation ends. And it's been incredible, bro, top to bottom. It's been incredible, and it just, again, I don't want to spoil anything, but I got through the first boss battle in Death Stranding, and I had my first encounter with one of the new BTs, which, somebody had mentioned a moment ago, playing the game on brutal difficulty, and I don't know that I'm going to do that because, I might, but man, I already got wrecked by that BT. I thought I was good. I thought I was in the clear. I was trying to sneak past it. I got notified I had way too many packages on my back, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna try to walk the hell out of here. It caught me, and it wrecked me multiple times. And I actually started to think like, holy shit, I'm gonna die and make a crater. This is bad. I can't have this happen. I made it out. I got greedy. I took a chance. I made it out, but unfortunately, it was my first mission that I actually got graded a C on because the package got damaged. It wasn't completely destroyed, but it was damaged enough to bring me down. So that's why I am not entirely sure that I'm going to up the difficulty just yet. But Delwyn, all this is to say, man, like, yeah, game's more than living up. And this is why I'm getting to a point, it may not seem like it, but most of the time, I'm just tuned out of the people who are, like, listen, man, I know that people get tired of the whole PlayStation, exclusive banger conversation or whatever, but it's like, no, dude, this is it. This is exactly what Sony does that keeps me seated, that keeps me playing, that keeps me engaged with what they do, because the only other experience, well, no, I can't even say that. There's nothing out there right now that's even remotely like Death Stranding 2. It's a genuinely unique experience, and it may end up making its way to PC and maybe even Xbox at some point. But right now, when it matters most, at least to me, it's only on PlayStation. And, we just had this conversation with what Leo said about the whole FOMO thing. It's like, yeah, bro, I'll be damned if I'm going to sit there and wait on PC to play this game. I'll be damned if I'm going to sit there with an Xbox and be like, nah, I'm good. I'm going out there and I'm buying a PS5 and I'm playing Death Stranding 2. Straight up. Like, that's what it is. And I'm not saying everybody has got to feel that way. Everybody can feel how they want to feel, but 700 Pro for timed exclusives. But that's the thing, though, man. Like, yes. Yeah. Like, if it's, hey, Death Stranding 2, a game that you will not wait for and is a day one must play, yeah, absolutely. And so, Delwyn, thank you for that, buddy. We have Amani B saying Jeff Grubb answers a lot of your questions that you have, MBG. Yeah, let me go check that out real quick. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, Amani. I'm sorry. I'm gonna check out the Jeff Grubb video. Another comment, bro. Now you're coping when Xbox releases its console and people can play PS5 games from it. Yes, that's bad. Stop trying to cope. Like, I'm confused. I was told it was good. I don't understand. They don't make any sense. They don't make any sense. It's good when games go everywhere and there's no exclusivity. No, actually, when PS5 games are playable on the next Xbox, it's bad. Keep coping. Like, what? I'm very confused, bro. Hold on. You hate games going everywhere. All right, I guess we could. So, let's see. Hold on. So you said the latest Jeff Grubb video. Well, it says his latest video is a secret Switch 2 feature that I love. Hold on one sec, guys. Hold on. Can you guys hear me okay? I got to make sure everything's good with the audio, because I got like a weird notification. We good? We're good? Okay. Yeah, I'm still... We're good. All right, we're good. But yeah, I'm not sure what Jeff Grubb video you're talking about, because we have a regular video of his which talks about a secret Switch 2 feature. But if you're talking about his live stream Death Stranding, maybe that's what you're talking about. Let me see. Whoa. Okay. You said around the 4-minute mark. I'll see if this is what you were talking about. Yeah, I'm not sure where to find what you're talking about. I'm sorry, I'm just sitting here like not saying anything. That's because I was listening. Michael Lynch, you're saying nothing will kill PlayStation. It's way too popular all over the world. The mass majority of console gamers will stay on console. PlayStation is where their favorite IP is day one. I mean, that's the thing, man. That is, I think, the reality, right? And this is where I'm like, I think maybe the perception can be the reality on the internet, if that makes sense. And Michael with another super chat says, no driving service is going to outdo Uber. No soda is going to outsell Coca-Cola, and Xbox or PC will never kill PlayStation. It's in gamers' hearts and minds. Well, yeah, I mean, it sounds, I'm sure some people would say that sounds kind of funny or whatever, but it is true though, you know, and that's why I'm trying to keep in mind, and this is maybe the most important thing I could say in regards to this conversation that we've been having, Michael. It's that at no point has Microsoft claimed or said, maybe they've subtly insinuated a little bit, but also not really. At no point have they said that, like, we're trying to take on the PlayStation console. In fact, everything that they've said for the last, 3 years is the opposite. You know, like, everything they've not only done, but also said seems to indicate that they're not trying to take on the PlayStation 5/6 or the Switch 2. They're not trying to do any of that. And I realize that I think it's just, I'm just starting to think that it really is just these kind of like drifting fans or whatever, or hardcore fans that are still, I guess, hanging around where it's like on my video today. Like, I've seen multiple comments on my video today that if I just go based off of that, they seem to be under the impression that Microsoft's trying to go for the juggler and trying to take down the PlayStation console and make sure that the PS6, if not fails, like, doesn't do nearly as well as the 4 or the 5. And I'm like, but like, Gears of War is dropping on PS5, dude. You get what I'm saying? Where it's like, and their response is like, yeah, but I can play Steam games on my console. And it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure that for many, many years, Steam players who are interested in console have already purchased a console and have no problem doing so and making PC their main place to play. And then they go to consoles for, what are we saying? Day one titles that are only on that console. Or if they don't, they just wait. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, people have made it clear that they're okay just kind of having both. Like, they've already made that decision. This is why I don't know. I just don't know where they're coming from with this notion that Microsoft is going to drop a console or a device that's like, I don't know, man. I guess I should know. I should know better, because these are the same people that I remember back in April and May of 2020. These were the same people that were running laps, screaming, I mean, shouting from the rooftops, they wouldn't stop, about the 12 teraflops and how the PS5 was only 10. And they truly believed, guys, they truly believed, and I know this because I was experiencing it firsthand, that this was it. The Series X is going to fucking steamroll the PS5. Or at the very least, if not steamroll it, it's gonna put up a hell of a fight. And I'm like, and I fell for it. Maybe that's my problem. I keep falling for it, dude. Even I believed it. I was like, I don't know, man. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. See, Microsoft, they got a Halo game coming. So this is before the reveal, I think. You know, but they got Hellblade 2, they got 12 teraflops. I mean, shit, they might really have a chance. And it was the fucking opposite. Sony absolutely steamrolled the shit out of them, dude. They flattened them. And then when that happened, a lot of people around me were like, we tried telling you, bro. Like, we told you. They called us fanboys. It's like, that's how it went. We were looking at a reality where the Xbox Series X had more raw power, more GPU power, and yet games are looking and running slightly better on the PS5 at launch. So, I don't know. I feel like I'm just letting these people, where it's like they don't actually have any evidence to support what they're saying, except just like, no, that's what I want it to be. I want this next Xbox console to steamroll the PS6. You guys are just coping. It's like, the more I think about it, are we coping, or are we looking at the PS5 selling over 80 million units and going to easily sell over 100 million, and the Xbox Series literally dying? But we're coping. Right. We're seeing a mass exodus from Xbox of people either going to PC or to PlayStation, or to a combination of either of those with the Switch 2, but we're coping. We're hearing that apparently in the coming weeks, Microsoft is going to be restructuring the Xbox European division and are no longer going to be selling Xboxes in some of those territories. But we're coping. Got it. See, the more I start to think, it's sad to me how I feel sad for myself, where I keep I give these people too much credit, where they just say things, and they've been saying them for a long time. And I don't know why. I guess it's just because maybe it's just because I did like Xbox before, dude. And there's a part of me that secretly wants to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's like, yeah, man, maybe they will. They still got this. And it's like, they're a publisher now, dude. They are a publisher. Microsoft is Windows, and their main focus is going to be gaming on Windows as a video game publisher. That's what they're doing. Do I wish that Xbox would put more pressure on Sony? Maybe this is why I can't let it go, because it's like, maybe I'm on their side secretly. Maybe I am hoping that Microsoft suddenly lights a fire with this Xbox console, and it's like, holy shit, it's taken off. They're doing it. Because that would make Sony have to, like, they'd have to do something. And that would, those are always the most interesting times. I don't know. We have Digital Dude 25 and Amani, sorry. You're saying his Microsoft video, you got to scroll down. Okay. So it's an older video. All right. Digital Dude 25 says, I'm going to go to McDonald's tomorrow and demand that they sell Big Macs at Burger King. They'll probably just laugh at me, but how dumb this topic is. Well, listen, man, the topic may be dumb, but it's because I'm seeing a lot of people treat it as if this is the turning point. And, I guess I could just not say anything about it and ignore it, but it's just that what we're seeing with this right now is going to continue. God damn it. Testing. Okay. What we're seeing with this right now is going to continue for quite some time. And we will talk about it just like we are now, but it's in the hopes that we will just, I think where maybe I'm a bit misguided is I keep doing this in the hopes that everybody will kind of come together with an actual, like we're all in agreement that this is the truth because it's based on the facts that we're seeing in front of us, correct? Do you think I'm farming fools? I wouldn't say that. I think a lot of people, to be honest, I think you guys are giving some pretty good insight here. I mean, I'll be honest, bro. The biggest fools that I see, truthfully, are on my Twitter replies and sometimes in my comment section. It's not anybody I'm seeing here. I'll tell you that. The biggest fools that I see are people who just, they regurgitate the same fucking nonsense that comes from people who have been wrong. I mean, not just like kind of wrong. I mean, dead fucking wrong for years. Over and over and over. Those are the fools that I see. But, you know, I get pulled into that gravitation sometimes. Sometimes it comes across as you dealing with fools, my man. You're right. I'm letting them infiltrate. I'm being too lax. Luna, you want some? You see how feisty she is? Look how feisty she is. I'm just going to try to pet her gently while she's eating. Dude, she just slowly looks up like, you better get your fucking hand away from me. Or so help me God. She's a genuine micro panther. You think I give PC too much mind share, mind space? If this was the other way around, how would you feel? Well, Diego, can you give me more detail with that? Do you mean like just completely reversed, like Sony making it clear that like, I don't know, that's a tough one though, because it's like if Sony said that their next console was going to be Windows based, I would be fucking over. I mean, dead 6 feet under and buried over. But that's because Sony doesn't own Windows. Microsoft does own Windows, so it's a little bit different. You have to give me like an explicit example. Hold on. I'm gonna close that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. Hanzo says he's here. He's listening, bros. He's just building something. And he hopes that everyone... He hopes all is well with everyone. Thank you, Hanzo. Thank you for still engaging with the chat. Bro, stop building what he was building to say, hey. Do I think that the traditional console space is what makes Sony and Nintendo how they are, appeal-wise? Yeah, I do. I do, because they're able to offer things that publishers are not. And it's that simple. Think about it. If Sony and Nintendo were... Is the mic clipping? Maybe I might... Hopefully it'll be good now. Sorry about that. He's building a PC. Gasp. I mean, if you think about it, right? If you think about it, if Sony and Nintendo were to just become video game publishers, they would still be prolific video game publishers, certainly. But they would lose a lot of what makes them unique in their identity. And I think that's important to highlight when people talk about how exclusives and whatnot create an identity. I don't think it's just exclusives. That's a huge part of it, but it's everything else that surrounds it, where I've tried to explain this to people, where it's like, there's nothing wrong with liking an open space like PC, where you can kind of just customize every aspect and do whatever you want. Of course, there's major appeal to that. But there are people who like the idea of having something that is somewhat closed or a little bit more contained and kind of specialized in a sense, where when you look at all of the hardware and the accessories, and even just from a platform level when it comes to the OS and the services, the features, you can easily identify like what Sony does. That's the PlayStation 5. Like that's PlayStation, that's the Sony thing. What Nintendo does, that's the Nintendo thing. And for a long time, same thing with Xbox. But I feel like, this is why you're already seeing the lines blur. We're like, listen, I've seen conversations that people have had, they're Xbox players, where they're like, it feels like at this point in time, Xbox has truly lost its identity completely and entirely, where they're ending their showcases with Black Ops 7 as the one last thing reveal, where, they're out here hyping up hardware that's made by a third-party OEM and just putting the Xbox logo on it. And I'm like, thank you. See, I knew I wasn't crazy. Like, there are those players. I know they exist because what do you think Microsoft sold them on? Whether it be during the original Xbox era, the Xbox 360 era, or the One era, or even the Series X era, like, that's what they were sold on, and that's not what they're getting. And yeah, I think that this is why when people, it does come off pretty much comical that people are like, yeah, wait until Sony falls or some shit, Sony's a joke. Nintendo's a joke. It's like, whatever, guys. Like, you've been saying this for years, and the only thing that has occurred is these gaming platforms finding more players, more success, more money, more games. That's like, just, I try to just keep this in mind, that we're living in a reality where Microsoft came out and said, we're going to bring our games to your console, and we're going to give you all the bells and whistles. We're going to enhance it for the PS5 Pro. We're going to make sure that some of them have physical copies. We're going to go the whole 9 yards. We're going to do that. We're going to put games that were supposed to be exclusive to sell our console on your console. And I am watching people come out of the woodwork and trying to tell me that Sony's in some kind of trouble, that they got to be worried. And I guess I don't want to be arrogant, but that is pretty comical. Like, when you kind of take a step back and look at that and you realize, like, wait a second. Sony didn't port Spider-Man 2 to Xbox. They didn't port Spider-Man 2. They didn't port The Last of Us. They didn't port anything to Xbox, actually. Now that I think about it, they put zero work. They've done nothing to bring anything to Xbox. So, wait, how is it the same again? Sony does this for PC. Yes, Sony does do that for PC with their live service games, because they would be dumbasses not to. Frankly, when we're talking about live service, I went on record, dude, I understand why they're not doing it. I think it would be okay if Sony put their live service games on Xbox. I don't think that would hurt anything. But I understand that they're just like, no, we can't do that. That's the competition. I get it. But you're making it sound like Sony's building their games first and foremost for PC. That's not how that works. The way it works for Sony, or at least it has worked this way, is they build their game for the PS5 console, they release it on the console, and then they give the port work to a studio that they purchased, that being Nixxes, to do what they got to do to create a. And sometimes it doesn't even work. Sometimes they do release shoddy ports for PC as well with issues. And I don't know, man. I think that's kind of not the same, even still. Like if you were to say what Sony's doing on what Xbox is doing for PlayStation is what Sony's doing for PC, and I'm like, well, I'm not so sure. Like, Microsoft is having their own studios start to build games from the ground up for PS5. I don't know that Sony's doing that quite yet with all their studios. Maybe some of them, but probably not really. I mean, it seems like, for example, I don't think Ghost of Yotei, I don't think a PC version exists in any form. I think Ghost of Yotei is being built from the ground up for the PS5, and then at some point, Nixxes is going to get that game, and they're going to do what they did for Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know how long it's going to take, but they'll optimize it for PC, and Sucker Punch would have already been moved on and working on their next game, or DLC for Ghost of Yotei or something like that. Has that been stated, Devil Shooter, that PlayStation Studios is now they are considering PC while making their games? Interesting. Okay. Well, all right. I guess I'm wrong on that one then. But you know what? The thing about that is, I get the feeling that has to be limited to some capacity. I have to feel that way only because, like, dude, I feel like Naughty Dog's a great example of, like, they're not a PC developer, man. Like, they've tried to I think they tried to port The Last of Us Part 1 to PC, and it was like a disaster. Like, they just didn't know what they were doing. Are you insane? Call Luna. We have a situation. All right, never mind. Sorry about that. These damn cats, bro. These damn cats. All right, what was I talking about? I'm sorry. Luna's just so... Stop it. She's so distracted. It's Luna today. She's the one being bad. Hey. She's acting like a maniac. MBG, since the Xbox One, they've slowly opened up the ecosystem, which is where at that point you could only buy a console, but over time console's just an option. Well, yeah, I mean, I tend to go a little bit all over the place when we talk about, well, pretty much any topic. But to kind of focus back in here, when it comes to PlayStation games being accessible on the Xbox app via Steam, it'll be, I think, very telling, you know? Yeah, she's trying to get out. It'll be very telling. Wait, hold on. Imagine being a Sony fanboy in these dark times. It must really hurt us PC players getting day one. I mean, wait, what are the dark times? I don't understand the second part of what you said, but what are these considered dark times for PlayStation fans? Like, if you're playing on PlayStation? You just paid for Gamepass today. It came to $21 and change. It's getting expensive. Like, I'm sorry. My cats are so damn distracting. Don't bother, MBG. I am concerned for your mental well-being. I mean, it definitely sounds like bait. Boss just came busting through the door, hissing at Luna. Chill. Chill. Everybody chill. They're over here fighting like console warriors on the internet. You're good. You're good. Genius, you haven't jumped into Death Stranding 2 yet? I think you're gonna enjoy it, man, when you do. Oh god. I got an eyelash in my eye. Well, I mean, look. Do I care if PlayStation Studios titles are accessible via Steam through the Xbox app? No. It wouldn't matter to me if the next Xbox offers that. Well, it seems like it will. It won't matter because, like, dude, it's not my problem, right? Like, I am going to buy the PlayStation 6. I play on PlayStation. For me, it's one of these things where I can only use myself as an example, but like, I don't give a shit what the next Xbox can do, bro. Like, Microsoft just sent me the signal that their games are coming here. I will never, like, unless they go back on that and they're like, actually, we are doing exclusives. Like, State of Decay 3 will be an exclusive. Unless they do something like that, I'll never buy an Xbox again. I'll never go to anything Xbox because I won't need to. And that's not a fanboy thing. That's based on what Microsoft them like literally told me. They told me, like, here you go. Like, we're gonna bring our games over. Now, granted, there's still some things we don't know, but unless Microsoft comes out and says Forza Horizon 6 is not coming to PS5, unless they say State of Decay 3 is not coming to PS5, that means they're going to be coming to PS5. And that means any potential game that I could have felt any level of FOMO for that would have compelled me to either boot up the Xbox app on my PC or buy, you know, or buy an Xbox, right? Microsoft has completely dismantled that. And I feel like Sony hasn't dismantled that yet. And I don't think they're going to. And when we talk about what's going to be compelling people, I think Steam being available on a console is relatively compelling, but I don't think it's any more or less compelling than Steam being available right now on every single PC in the world. I think it's Microsoft just treating their next console as another option. Whereas I think Sony's going to treat the PlayStation 6 as, yeah, it will ultimately be another option, but we want to give you some real reasons, potentially. And I guess what I'm trying to say is what I see happening down the line is what's happening literally right this moment with Death Stranding 2, where I talked to you guys, I think maybe 2 or 3 streams ago about how I was basically celebrating a little bit, not like a major, I mean, literally just a post, but I was basically saying, like, you know, credit to Sony for facilitating Death Stranding 2 and doing another great job working with Kojima Productions, and most of the credit going to Kojima Productions by far. They made the game. But just, you know, credit to Sony for helping, again, facilitate that. And I was met with so many people saying, can't wait to play it on my PC, can't wait to play it on my Xbox. And I'm like, yeah. Sure. You let me know when. But until then, yeah, it's on PS5, you know? And that's not a bad place to be, like, ultimately, because that's where I feel like so we can all be happy then. Ultimately, I think that's why I find the comment about, like, the dark times for PlayStation, like, I feel like it's the opposite, man, where, like, I get to feel like, hey, man, if like Sony's like, if you bought a PS5 or a PS5 Pro and you're interested in this game, you get it right now. You get it day one. Maybe it'll be there for 6 months. Maybe it'll be there for a year. Maybe it'll be there for multiple years. But we all know it's going to go to PC at some point. And maybe it'll go to Xbox even because it's an IP that's owned by Kojima Productions. And I feel like those people were like, I can't wait to play it on my PC. I can't wait to play it on my Xbox. It's like, okay, yeah. I don't have beef with those people or anything. I don't want it to be perceived that way. It's just like, that's good. Like, I hope they do, because it's like, this is an incredible game. But I also feel like Sony's doing it right. Sony's doing what they should be doing for their player base. Everybody wants to talk about value. And it's like, Death Stranding 2, to me, is a valuable game that Sony helped create. And if they're like, we want to use that to help create more perceived value for the console, that makes it a hell of a lot of sense to me. Right? Nothing wrong with that. But I think this is where maybe people are being a bit too harsh on Sony, because it's like, well, is Sony really that bad if you're not on PlayStation, but you know that at some point you're still going to be able to play this game on PC? Maybe they're not so bad after all. Right? Like, I guess I'm trying to say, like, I think that maybe it is the perfect middle ground. It is the perfect middle ground where everybody can be happy. Now, again, I'm not that PC player that's going to wait, but I do encounter them. And I know that there are people that want Sony to get away from that. They want Sony to do what Microsoft is seemingly going to do, which is just drop it. We need exclusivity to dissolve and go away. And it's like, who's we? Microsoft needs that? Certain Xbox fans who can't get over the fact that that's what they decided on? Because I think almost everybody else outside of that corner, that small echo chamber, I think almost everybody else is kind of perfectly fine with the way things are. Or if not perfectly fine with it, certainly not that perturbed by it. Where it's like, buy a PlayStation, you get Sony games first. Don't buy a PlayStation, you got to wait for them. Does that sound crazy to you? Because apparently to some people out there, that sounds crazy. That doesn't sound crazy to me at all. In fact, I would actually go out of my way and say that, damn, the fact that you're even going to get these games is pretty good, because there were 4 generations where that's not what happened. There were 4 generations where Sony wouldn't bring their games to PC or consider putting them anywhere outside of their console. So, yeah, man, I guess at the end of the day, I don't think, I guess the main point that I'm trying to drive home right now, so it's not getting too far away from the original topic at hand, is that I don't think when the next Xbox is revealed and you can access whatever PlayStation games are available on Steam via that, via Steam on the Xbox app, because I guess that's what it'll be. You open the Xbox app on your Xbox console. I guess that's what'll happen. I don't think that's going to win too many people over. Ultimately, I don't think it will, because I think people are going to have to likely deal with the same reality that we're seeing right now, where it's like, okay, by the time 2027 rolls around, what are we looking at? We're looking at the potential launch of the PlayStation 6. We're looking at, probably like Intergalactic launching that year. Spider-Man 3 maybe is ready to go for the launch of the, maybe Bloodborne remake, different stuff like this that we've been talking about for a while. And none of those games are launching day one on PC. Unless Sony makes a sudden pivot Yeah, maybe that Venom game's still coming. Maybe that'll be a game. Actually, yeah, they could probably have that in the launch window, just like they had Miles Morales. That would make more sense than Spider-Man 3. A new Batman game, yeah, who knows? But I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, unless Sony makes a major, abrupt, sudden U-turn or pivot where they're like, and we're going day one with all of our games, you know, I don't think that's gonna, like, the reality is gonna remain what it is now, which is like, you guys are like, the people that I see excited to play these games on, I guess, these upcoming Xbox devices, it's like, I'm glad. Like, this is ultimately a good thing for PlayStation and for their games. More people being excited for PlayStation games, buying PlayStation games. And that's another irony, is that you're talking to an audience that has been conditioned to not buy games, but instead expect them in their service. None of these games are going into Gamepass. These games will be not, if not full price, they will be priced appropriately. And maybe sometimes they'll go on sale. I mean, there's always Steam sales, but you still have to pay for it. And you have to pay for it through Steam. And so you still have to pay to play, ultimately. And not only are you paying to play, but you're paying to play late. You're years late to some of these games. That's not a, I guess I'm just saying, like, I don't think that's a threat to Sony in any way, shape, or form. You know, like, if the PS6 rolls out with a Venom game, Bloodborne remake, and who knows what else, and you got Xbox players being like, well, you know, I'm getting Gears E-Day, I'm getting Halo remake, and I'm getting Forza Horizon 6, and I'm playing Spider-Man 2 and The Last of Us Part 2. Maybe by that point, Death Stranding 2. It's like, that's cool, bro. We're getting those games too. And every game you listed probably before that, because let's not forget that PS5 is listed as a platform that the next Halo game is being developed for, and that Gears of War E-Day is very likely coming to PS5. And unless Microsoft pulls back on this, which they could, I don't know, man. Like, I still am trying to see, like, where is the win, bro? I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand. Like, what is the flex? I guess it's like, yes, Steam is great. I'm not saying that isn't a win to have Steam in another place, but it's just, if the whole idea of celebrating Steam being on the Xbox console is because it facilitates PlayStation games, where is the flex when those games are still coming years later? That's my question. When they're coming years later, where is the flex? Like, and I don't mean a fanboy flex. I mean, like, literally a flex on the Sony. Like, this will show them. Like, this, wait until they see. Like, they don't know what's coming. Like, I'm pretty sure they do, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure everybody does. We have Delwyn Jones with another super chat. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, buddy. You're saying here, in my view, Microsoft/Xbox is trying to get PC fans to join Xbox next gen. Sony/PlayStation don't effing care or concern about Xbox's new console or whatever it is. I'm not feeling it. PlayStation 6 and the new PlayStation handheld is my number one hype buy. I mean, I'm right there with you, Delwyn. You think they're trying to get PC fans to join Xbox next gen? I mean, that makes more sense. I think I'm mostly in agreement with that one, with that line of thinking. I feel like it is one of these things where it's like, if you're a PC player that's been hesitant to join console, we're going to make it way, way easier for you to consider buying our box, because we're putting your platform, like, we're putting where you like to play on our box, that being Steam. And I could absolutely see that being way more appealing to PC players. But that's kind of the interesting situation here, is that when we bring PlayStation into the conversation, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't think that this Xbox hybrid console is going to compete with PlayStation. It's like that guy's comment, you know, like that I just keep thinking about, because it's like I can't tell if it was sarcasm or not. We're like, yes, it's going to be bad for Sony if you can play PS5 games on the next Xbox. And it's like, can you explain to me why? Because that's the funny thing about these singular comments is, of course, they can't explain why. I mean, I guess I could ask, maybe they would explain, but something tells me that whatever explanation they have to offer, it's like, I don't think it's probably not going to be the way I think the way they envision it is that it's like people jumping up and down and being like, yes, I could buy an Xbox and play PlayStation games. And it's like, that's technically true, but this is why I get crushed online and people get so fucking mad at me when I post shit on Twitter, because it's like, well, no, say the whole truth, say the whole thing. Don't tell half of it. Show the whole thing. And it's like, well, yeah, we're going to be able to play PlayStation games, but probably not the new ones that come out. You know, like the bigger ones. Probably not going to be able to play those day one. Okay, when are you going to be able to play them? We don't know. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm just the person that's constantly reminding people of that. Like, let's not misinform. Like, this is where I don't want false marketing to win at the end of the day, because that will be false marketing. Because you're going, like, Microsoft knows. Microsoft's a company that they know, like, people, their fans will evangelize what they do, everything they do. At least a portion of their fans will. They know that they don't have to come out and market, you can play PlayStation games on the next Xbox. They know their fans will do it for them. And that's smart. That's smart. Like, they know that. And the fans know that too. This is why they butter up their fans the way they do. And it's like, you know what, man? We can't let that actually... Well, I guess we could, and that'd be funny, actually. That would be funny. Let people buy the next Xbox thinking they get these games day one, just to find out they don't. That would be funny. Imagine buying a... God knows how expensive this console is going to be, just like the PS6. Imagine buying that under the false pretense that I get PlayStation games. It's like, eventually. Yeah, eventually. So I'm just trying to put the fact out there, or what will likely end up being the fact of the matter, right? I mean, just based off of the information we have available to us right now and the data we have available to us right now. And that is that if you are excited to buy this next Xbox because of Xbox games, that's fine. But keep in mind, those games have a much higher chance of being day one on PlayStation 6 than any of Sony's games having a chance of being day one on that box. And I think people are setting themselves up for not only disappointment, but again, I fear, and I fear this because I see the way people run with shit. I fear that people are going to try to create a very unfortunate false narrative that it's like, again, if I buy this next Xbox, the Xbox Prime or whatever, I will be able to play PlayStation games. And they're going to conveniently, every single time, without fail, leave out the fact that not new games. Not new games. You don't know when you're going to play new PlayStation games on that box. Because by the time they come to that box, they're not going to be new anymore. Could be years. For some of them. And that, to me, is the single most critical thing. Because imagine this. Imagine it the other way around. Right? Imagine it's like reversed. And it's like, yeah, man, we're going to be able to play Xbox games on the PlayStation 6. Oh, yeah, what are we going to be able to play? We're going to be able to play like Halo Infinite and, like Forza Motorsport 6 and stuff like that. We're going to be able to play Starfield. And it's like, oh, wait, but what about Gears of War E-Day and the Halo remake and State of Decay 3 and Elder Scrolls 6? What about like those games? It's like, oh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Could be a year, could be 3-4 years. I don't know. It's like, what? But you just said I could play Xbox games on my PlayStation 6. It's like, I don't know. No. You can play the old games. Like, that's what we're looking at, dude. And I want to make it clear, Microsoft could boot that notion down the steps. If Microsoft decides tomorrow, Gears E-Day, not going to PS5. Elder Scrolls 6, not going to PS5. Halo Remake, not going to PS5. None of that. It'll go later. Okay. All right. Then it turns out what we were expecting based off of what Microsoft was telegraphing, that's not going to happen. But do we really think that's what's going to go down, though? Considering our job listing saying that they're building the next Halo for PlayStation, I don't think so. You don't see any job listings at Sony saying that they're building whatever their game is that they're working on for the next gen Xbox. You don't see that. But you might say, but they're building it for PC. It's like, again, the only studios that are actively saying they're building their new games for PC are live service, as it should be. They should be building those for Xbox. All right, we have JD Gamer with 2 super chats, $25 worth. I appreciate the super chats, JD Gamer. You're saying here, I hear people ask, why would I buy an Xbox next gen instead of a PlayStation? My question is, why would anyone with limited resources buy a PlayStation next gen when Xbox is building the one box to rule them all, with more access and games than PlayStation/Nintendo? PlayStation and Xbox have 99% of the same games, and they deliver 4 to 8K games a gen versus over 10K yearly on PC. So if it's about games, the Xbox hybrid will have more. My question to that, I'm going to answer your question with a question of my own, JD Gamer. Why did Xbox players for the last 20 years choose to buy Xbox consoles and not PC instead? Because everything you just said applies to every single Xbox console that's been made. And I know you and millions of other people have an answer to that question, because I know, JD Gamer, you bought an Xbox. And I know millions of other, well, maybe not millions. I think that's certainly a stretch, but at least thousands upon thousands of people that I encounter on the internet that have bought an Xbox at one point in time or another. And my question is, why would you ever buy an Xbox over PC if the games are all that matters? If that's all that matters, then PC has always had the most amount of games. Why haven't you been gaming on PC since day one? I mean, I have a couple of assumptions. Like, I can assume what the answer will be. I mean, you say one box to rule them all, bro. JD Gamer, I appreciate the super chat, man, but I think you're living in a fantasy world. I do. You think PC players are going to take kindly to what you just said? I assure you, Steam or not, they don't want to hear none of that one box to rule them all shit. They're going to tell you, yeah, that's PC, buddy. That's what they're going to tell you. That's what they're going to tell me too. And that's fine. That's how a lot of people who game on PC feel. I do feel that anywhere people game, they probably feel like it's the best place to game. They chose to do it for value and ease of use, with the latter being the most important part. That's JD Gamer. You can't. Come on, bro. He's got to be laughing when he types that. Come on. You're telling me the number one reason why people bought an Xbox Series X was because of value and ease of use? I mean, all right, for the Series X and S, maybe. I'll give you that. For those consoles, there's an argument. Value for the cheaper Series S and Gamepass, maybe. But I mean, the Xbox One, the 360, the original Xbox, bro, Microsoft was out here trying to secure every exclusive under the sun They were trying to secure every exclusive under the sun to get people over. Like, I just think that what you're presenting, JD Gamer. Sorry, I'm aggressively itching my eye. I can't wait for that new microphone to come, dude, because I'm pretty sure this thing that I keep on top, I'm pretty sure this is like always making my eyes itch because it like attracts cat hair and dander and shit. I would take it off, but you're gonna hear a lot of plosions, as they call them. But JD Gamer, like, I just think that what you're presenting here, man, is you're like, I appreciate the other side. I appreciate you pushing a little bit. That's always nice because it keeps things interesting. But like, you're coming at it from the angle of like, why is anybody going to buy a PS6? Bro, I need you to... Why did anybody buy a PS5? Why did anybody buy a PS4? Why did anybody buy a PS3, 2, or 1? Why did anybody ever buy a PlayStation for any reason? The most important thing that I can highlight is that the reasons that people bought PlayStation consoles from Gen 1 through 5 is the same reason why they're going to buy it for 6. And anybody who chooses not to, very likely already decided not to partake in the PS5. That's very important to understand, man, at least in my opinion. Because I constantly come across people who are like, I left PlayStation, they lost me with the PS5, I'm done with, the PS5 generation, and they move on the PC, move on. And I'm like, that's all fine, well, and good, but like, why is Sony still doing so good? Oh, it's because it turns out that those 3 people on the internet that told me that they're done with PlayStation don't represent the hundreds of millions of console players on the market. It's just like Sony will have those same reasons day one for you to buy a PlayStation 6. They will very likely have a few select games that are only PS6, or at the very least they'll be cross-gen and majorly enhanced on the PS6. They're going to have new features. They're going to have, and this is a big one, at least for the hardcore up front, big shows. You would fucking hope. They're going to present that shit like nobody's business. And they're going to fight. They're going to fight. Sony's still going to fight to get people to buy a console. And therefore, there's going to be a myriad of reasons. Now, I'm not saying everybody's going to be convinced. And I'm not saying that Microsoft won't also win some people over. But I just think that this notion of like Microsoft's got this ace up their sleeve that nobody's seeing, they don't see it coming. And it's going to be like, let me ask you this. I want to ask you this question, JD Gamer. All right. If the next gen Xbox actually does, if Microsoft tries to beat Sony to the punch and the next gen Xbox comes out holiday 2026, so like just a little over a year from now, the next gen Xbox is dropping. Okay. And it's going to be, I mean, let's ask ourselves honestly, how much do we think this box is going to cost? There's no way it's $500. That's just not possible. It's literally impossible. That's not going to be a thing. So the cheapest it could, well, fuck, dude. A 2 terabyte Series X is currently $700. So who the hell are we kidding? That's just a 2 terabyte Series X. This thing's going to be minimum $700. Minimum. Bare fucking minimum $700. Realistically, $800. Maybe 1,000. This is what people are saying about the PS6 as well, to be clear. I'm not like pinning it on Xbox. Now, let me ask you this follow-up question. So if we know that the next-gen box, the one box to rule them all, if we know it's going to be between $800 and $1,000, and we also find out that the launch lineup, because Microsoft's going to have and I'll give them credit. Dude, I want to make it clear, if Microsoft has a good launch lineup for the next-gen Xbox, I will give them the fucking credit they deserve, because they did not have a launch lineup for the Series X. If they come out and were like, we got Forza Horizon 6, we got Gears E-Day, and then not too long after that, we got Halo Remake, we got Halo Gears Forza, ironically enough, but still, games that people will want. And we also find out that Yes, they're launching. They are launching with the next Xbox. They're also day one on PS5. It would literally be more affordable, no joke, for somebody to buy a digital PS5 and all three of those games than it would be to buy that box with Game Pass. So that's not me saying that people won't buy that box and that people won't buy that box and still remain subscribed to Game Pass. That's me saying that this notion that there's... Now, to be clear, if those games do not come to PlayStation 5 day one, Microsoft changed their mind. Gears E-Day, not dropping day one. Halo Remake, Forza 6, Horizon 6, they're not dropping day one. If that changes and there's like, yeah, there's no word on when or if they're coming to PS5. Even then, you're still going to have to pay over to $800. Now, what's more likely to happen is people probably stay on the Series X or the S. Like, I guess I'm just trying to say here, JD Gamer, you're talking about a group of customers that don't want to buy their video games, that they have been conditioned to be excited for new drops into Game Pass. I'm fairly certain, I feel very confident in saying that this $800 plus box is not going to be... It's not necessarily going to appeal to that demographic as strongly as the most hardcore of that demographic feel as though it's going to. I think you will see people excited. It's like the ROG Xbox Ally X or whatever. Like, I see a certain level of excitement for it on the internet, but my a serious question, how many units is that thing going to sell? I mean, even if it's like, let's lowball it. It's $600. How many units is it going to sell? 1 million? 2 million? 5 million? That's nothing compared to the numbers that Sony's doing with the PS5. That's nothing. And you know what Sony's going to do? Sony's going to look at that and be like, oh, that's cute. Well, there's 5 million more PC devices out there that could potentially get more PlayStation buyers for our games on Steam. 70% rips incoming. That's what that does. And I feel like people are talking about this next generation Xbox because it will have the ability to do what we just said about the Xbox ROG Ally X as like, yeah, this console is going to go on to sell like 40 million units in like a year and a half. And it's like, no, it's fucking not. Dude, this is going to be the lowest selling Xbox of all time. More than likely. And I'm not saying that as a hater. I'm saying that as like, bro, it's going to look like a PC in the eyes of anybody who's been paying attention, and it's going to be an $800 PC at that, maybe $700. It's like, well, surely it's going to have to be more appealing than the PS5 Pro. Yeah, the difference is, well, actually, no, there is no difference. Sony made it clear that the PS5 Pro is an optional console. They don't give a shit if you buy it or not. The real question you have to ask is, if Microsoft is putting their games day one on to PlayStation 5, and Sony is going to have a $400 and a $500 box out there that can play those games, and the only thing that they can't tell you is, well, we don't have Game Pass on here, then that's going to encourage people to either stay put where they are and just continue to get that Game Pass deal, or go to PS5. In fact, I feel like there's going to be less reason than ever before. See, this is what's funny, is people talk about how there's going to be less reason than ever before to buy the PlayStation 6, but it's like, I don't know that it's possible, but that's not really telegraphed right now. Microsoft is already putting these videos out early. Windows, more storefronts. Play what you want, where you want. We're going to give you the most... How did they word it? The most technically capable console ever. That doesn't sound cheap. it's not that I'm trying to make it sound like this thing's going to fail, because this thing can't fail, because Microsoft already knows it's not going to do big numbers, because that's not the point of it. Just like they know, like, I'm sorry, man, but like, why do you think Microsoft decided, you know what though, let's let ASUS deal with the handheld. And I know it's like, no, they canceled their internal Xbox handheld because of Steam. It doesn't matter why they canceled it. They fucking canceled it. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Like, yeah, that's a viable option, Microsoft. Let ASUS handle your Xbox branded handheld. But what does that tell you? It conveys a very clear message that we don't want to fucking deal with the thin profit margins and frankly, the volatile profit margins of hardware. Unless we have to. You know what that tells me? That tells me that's exactly how a publisher-first company would operate. Not a hardware company. And you know what? To be fair, people have always said Microsoft is a software company. Sony's not. Sony's more of an electronics company first and foremost, but obviously hardware is a major part of that. That it is hardware. I'm just saying, you wouldn't see Sony ever do that. You would not see Sony shelve their own handheld in favor of a third-party OEM manufacturing it. Because what does that convey to PlayStation players? We don't even want to be bothered to make our own hardware, dude. Shit ain't worth it. And that's because companies like ASUS, because you may be asking, well, why do they even want to make it? Because that's how they survive. ASUS is nothing. Literally, and I'm no offense to ASUS. That's a PC I have. No offense to them. They're a pimple on the elephant's ass that is Microsoft, bro. They are nothing. But that's how they survive. They survive and they persist off of those razor thin hardware margins, because that's what they are. That's the business they deal in. You know, they're an OEM. I just think it's crazy to me, the level of, and maybe I just gotta like take a step back and just let it play out as it's gonna play out, man. Because I guess if I was so confident, right, I wouldn't be. Dude, you know what? I didn't even mean that. Like I literally, it's my PC. I have an ASUS PC. I'm just trying to. They're a speck, is all I'm trying to say, bro. Like, they're a grain of sand on the beach that is Microsoft. They don't really mean much in the grand scheme of things when it comes to this conversation. They're just a means to an end in Microsoft's mind. They're like, you take care of it. I don't know, man. I think that there are people that they have a completely lopsided view and perspective of what I think is going to realistically happen. Like, let me ask you this final question, and JD Gamer, this one will be for you too, but also everybody who kind of has a different mentality than I do, or a different view on it. One of the things that Microsoft is seemingly struggling with behind the scenes with this next gen Xbox is they have to make sure that when it drops, there is an emulation layer for the Xbox Series X and S. And this is to ensure that customers don't feel burned by, like, you know, I mean, we're not, this isn't the original Xbox to the 360 anymore. You know, we're talking about a company and a brand that's all about bringing your stuff with you and making it accessible anywhere you go. So the most important thing that they have to make sure of is that if you are that Series X owner or that Series S owner, that when you decide to upgrade to whatever this expensive console is going to be, the bare minimum is you can play Series X and Series S games. Right? Like, any game you bought digitally on the storefront that exists and lives, the Xbox storefront that lives on the Xbox Series X and S, that closed ecosystem, you will still have access to that. You're not leaving that behind. Right? Knowing that that's something that Microsoft is trying to work on behind the scenes, what does it mean when it's revealed that they're leaving? Not that they're leaving it, they're not leaving it behind, but that they're moving on from that. That like when you decide to buy this next gen Xbox, we're not really worried about the Xbox store anymore. The Xbox store that started with the 360, carried over to the Xbox One, or more evolved into what the Xbox One storefront was, and then eventually settled down with the Xbox Series X and S. What does that mean for developers? Does that mean developers are still going to, be building their dedicated Xbox versions of their games to release on a storefront that Microsoft has clearly decided to pivot away from? Or does it de-incentivize developers to move those stores? See, the reason why I ask this is because one of the more popular things that people bring up with this conversation is like something like GTA 6. Like, what if Microsoft drops this console, this Xbox PC hybrid? It's going to apparently be Windows based. What if they drop it on in holiday 2026, and then there's like a new version of GTA 6, like that has the better version of GTA 6, and it's like, well, you're going to have two options: either play the Xbox Series X and S version, or play the PC version. And I'll tell you right now, if GTA 6 is dropping in May of 2026, there will not be a PC version in holiday of 2026, if that's also when this Xbox drops. I think this is important to highlight because the same question can kind of be asked about all games, where it's like, wait, so what does this mean for future games that are being developed? Are they going to have a dedicated Xbox version? No, they're going to have a PC version. The same version that the PlayStation games have right now that are available on Steam. It's a PC version. And so it doesn't mean Microsoft is completely abandoning their storefront, because keep in mind, they do have the Microsoft Store. If I'm not mistaken, and if there's an Xbox player here right now, correct me if I'm wrong about this. If you boot up the Xbox app on your PC right now, the storefront that you're seeing is the Microsoft Game Store, not the same storefront that exists on the Series X and S consoles. They are two separate storefronts. There are some games that are available on both and have that play anywhere situation going on. I mean, I think it's going to be a nightmare for developers. And I understand that Microsoft is like, well, maybe if we can just convince developers to utilize Xbox Play Anywhere, that could solve the problem. And it's like, yeah, but you're asking, again, developers to do something extra that they shouldn't have to do. It's not bad for consumers. Like, the Xbox Play Anywhere initiative is a good one. I just think there's no denying that it's like, there's a reason why most devs chose not to do it. I just think these are all factors that we have to consider when we talk about, like, again, this all stems from the original topic at hand here, which is PlayStation Studios games are now accessible on the Xbox PC app via Steam. What does this mean? And ultimately, I think when it's all said and done, I don't think it means much of anything. I think that you're going to have a small group of people, small but very vocal group of people that are going to let you know just how excited they are to play PlayStation games on the Xbox PC app via Steam. And I think once that is the new norm, which we're already halfway there, the novelty wears off, and it's going to turn into the same thing that, if not the same thing, a very similar situation that we currently see with Xbox games coming to PlayStation, where it's like, everybody like lost their shit when Gears of War, like they fell out of their chair, they tipped back. when Gears of War was announced coming to PS5, but now it's just like, whatever. Okay. I get the only one that's next is Halo. And once that Band-Aid is ripped off, there is no more novelty after that. It's just expectation. And I think once we settle into that space, it's going to be a lot less exciting than I think a lot of us are making it sound. Not bad, but just less exciting. You know? Like, I think there's this notion with PlayStation players that Xbox is going to die. Not all PlayStation players, but some PlayStation players are like, Xbox is going to fucking be in the dirt. And it's like, no, they're not in the dirt. They're not. Xbox isn't, as a hardware manufacturer and console manufacturer, is no longer relevant. That's all. It's just they're no longer relevant. And I think from that certain vocal group of Xbox players, I think they're like, yeah, you wait, the comeback's still going to happen. And it's like, no, dude. Like, PS6 players are going to be playing PS6, PS5, and Xbox games. And if you're a PC player sitting back, feeling like you're at the top of the hill, right, laughing at everybody else beneath you, like these damn console peasants, it's like, well, what's changed? What's changed, bro? Like, I just think at the end of the day, maybe Digital Dude was right. This entire conversation is pointless. No, it's interesting. I enjoy talking about it. And I'm sorry, JD Gamer, I did forget to read your last super chat here. You're saying, did you enjoy Expedition 33, Oblivion Remake, Forza Horizon, Indiana Jones, all of the whole slate of Xbox games? While PlayStation players enjoyed them at full price, Xbox players get them on Game Pass. Game Pass is great. Bro. JD Gamer, no joke. And I'm not trying to be condescending. It's again, I like to think he's laughing a little bit too. I legit feel like this is that meme of the crow, the stand-up comedy crow that's sitting on the bar stool and makes, you know, they like tell a joke and like nobody laughs, and then they're like looking at the cards, the cue cards in their hand, and all of them just say the same thing, and it's like, Game Pass is great. Game Pass, tell them about the Game Pass deal. Like, it feels like it's like that, bro, where, you know what, JD Gamer, and actually this is something I forgot to tell you guys, in the next week or so, my physical copy of Claire Obscura Expedition 33 should be arriving. That's right. I did get that game for free, JD Gamer, ironically enough, not through Game Pass, but for review. And I enjoyed it so much, I decided I want to support the developer directly and give them my money because they earned it. So I bought a physical copy, and I'm putting that on my shelf. I have no reason to do so, but they made a physical version, which is all I ask, and the dev gets my money. I played the game, and they're a dev that I think earned it. So I get what you're saying, bro. From the consumer angle, JD Gamer, I'm not going to fight the consumer about, because, like, look, man, I'm not trying to be condescending towards people who are tight on money. If you either want to save money or you're tight on money and Game Pass is a viable option for you, I'm happy. Like, I'm happy for you that you could still engage with high quality or higher quality games, right? Like, good games that that at least people deem to be good, dropping on Game Pass. Games like Expedition 33 and Forza Horizon, that's great. My problem isn't with those people. I just don't want that person. And this is all I ask, JD Gamer. This is it. And I don't think it's asking much. I think it's fair. If you're that person that's like, you know what? I like to save money, so I don't buy my games. I get them through Game Pass. Or B, I'm tight on money, and this is the only viable option for me to play games. I have zero issue whatsoever with that person. But when that same person then takes to the internet and wants to cry about if not the layoffs, the studio closures, you can't do that. You gave that up when you decided that you didn't want to buy video games anymore and support the studios directly. You gave that up when you decided that you want to support Game Pass, which is fine, but Game Pass is like, regardless of what Phil Spencer says, because notice how he's not showing you the data, Game Pass is not sustainable. And almost anybody you ask in the industry, even some developers now are saying, like, yeah, this isn't working. This isn't going to work. There's a reason for that. I don't think you should ever pass up a good deal if you are a consumer. If you are a consumer and there's an opportunity for you to save money, don't pass up on it. But do not be that consumer that is quick to take the good deal, quick to save the money, quick to say, whoa, I ain't paying for that. And then also go to your online Twitter account and then condemn Microsoft for the studio they're about to close down. What you can do, though, and what you should do, is turn to Microsoft and be like, hey, fuckwads, you're a multi-trillion-dollar company. Why the fuck did you just shut that studio down? That's what you can do. Just like when I turn to Sony, even as somebody who does buy and support my games that I'm interested in, when Sony shuts down a studio, say, hey, fuckwads, why did you have Sony London make a live service game to then just shut them down? You guys assholes or something? It's a problem. But it's very volatile when you're talking about a publisher that buys, like, what, 30 plus studios. And it's all in the name of feed Game Pass. And then the Game Pass numbers aren't what they need to be. And people aren't buying the games. Well, Piper, it says Groovin 007. Is that what you want me to call you now? Because I don't know. They changed the names again. But you're saying MBG layoffs is not our responsibility to worry about. When I got laid off before in my lifetime of working, there was no uproar. And I get that. Listen, man, trust me, I understand the reality. I understand that when Microsoft does what they're going to do next week or this week, it's business as usual, just like when Sony does it. I still feel for people. Like, it's a shame to hear that you got laid off. For me, I know too much, right? Like, I know how valuable Microsoft is. I know the money flowing in and out of Microsoft. I know how valuable Sony is. I know the money flowing in and out. I'm not saying they should be a goddamn charity. It's not about that. It's business, but it's just like, why? Like, is it really asking too much to keep one studio alive and give them another fucking chance to, make something good or great potentially, or even just good enough? Oh, Delwyn, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I missed your super chat too. That's my bad. For some reason, I thought I read that one. Delwyn says, some of my friends are bummed about the Xbox leadership changes, so they ditched it and got a PS5 and PS5 Pro, and they're loving it. It goes to show why Phil Spencer's not doing right for Xbox this gen or Xbox next gen. I mean, that's the thing, man. Notice how Phil Spencer is in no way, shape, or form talking to the Xbox audience the way he used to, because he was put on a leash, dude. Because he was trying to, again, he was like talking out of both sides of his mouth, which is something that Jim Ryan started to do, but then Sony put a leash on that real quick too, because that's the problem, is you can't be a fucking business executive for a billion or $1 trillion corporation where your number one job is to make sure that the bottom line is being met because you have a fiduciary obligation to the shareholders. You can't do that. I mean, you can, but it's like, if you do that, but then you also want to be a public speaking figure and you want to kind of almost play a PR role, you're going to stick your foot way in your mouth many times over. Notice how Herman Hulst and Hideaki Deshino are in fucking hiding like 99% of the time. And the one time they finally come out to do the business, the business update, they're fucking reading from a teleprompter, bro. It's because they know like that we cannot pretend like when people are put on the spot, their natural inclination is to say what they believe people want to hear, to say the right thing. And it's like, the amount of times Jim Ryan, although Jim Ryan had a, I think Jim Ryan's an example of, he was somebody who would just say the business oriented thing, but it was not the best thing to say from a public relations standpoint, and people would get really mad at him. I think Phil Spencer's a good example of somebody where it's like, he would say the things that he would like to do if he had say of it all. Like if he was the CEO of Microsoft, this is what he would do for Xbox, but he's not the CEO of Microsoft. He's the head of the Xbox brand, and Satya Nadella and Amy Hood are breathing down his neck. And I think he would just say things that sounded good and sounded great, but then, the business reality of, Phil, that's not going to get us to $4 trillion, bud. Sorry. So stop talking. I think that's the thing, is it's just like the messaging from Microsoft is still kind of all over the place. I would say Sony's messaging is a bit more firm, but you mean they would just lie? I mean, I'll give you a good example, like, because I know people are like, oh, you just constantly are picking on Microsoft. Here's an example of Sony literally just doing it. Granted, it's on a lower level because it's not as many people are paying attention. Was it? I forget his name. Something McGuire. He is like in charge of the PlayStation Plus situation, right? He was recently just interviewed by Steven Totillo, and one of the questions, and credit to Steven Totillo for asking the hard question, but clearly, my God, they are so, these executives are so media trained, so PR trained. A question that Steven Totillo asked is like, why did you take out Infamous Second Son and the Resistance games from your own service? And the answer was such PR bullshit that he was basically just like, well, we want to keep things interesting. It's like, what? Like, that's not an answer at all. Like, I get it. That like you can't give the answer because nobody's gonna like the answer because the answer's stupid. The answer's stupid. Like the answer is we wanna be able to drop him in there again. We want to get a second squeeze from it. And that's a stupid answer because it's like, well, that's shitty. Why not just fucking leave him in there and just continue to let people know they're in there? Because it's not as exciting if we could just say new additions. It sucks. It sucks, and it goes to show that, like, from that side, Sony needs to make some... This is where I say Sony's not perfect. They need to make changes. They need to do better. You know what? You know what doing better in this case is, Sony? Don't fucking take your own games out of your service because it looks stupid. Keep them in there. Keep them in there. Right? Like, that's it. It's that simple. But from a business perspective, probably not the smartest. Like, just a cold, calculated business perspective, probably not the smartest thing to do. And this is where I go on these unhinged rants a lot of times because I can't stand to see people continually get the wool pulled over their eyes. You know? Where it's like, we need to just accept that we are at a time where these companies are not necessarily in survival mode, because that would be ridiculous to say when it comes to, when we're talking about billions and trillions of dollars. It's not survival mode, but it's like, we're in, there's a risk. We're in this mode where growth is at risk. Stagnation is what lies ahead if we don't, you know, get more shitty. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It's like, unless we start charging more for our games, charging more for our hardware, or you know, raising prices in certain regions, like, we're going to start losing money. We're going to start stagnating. The line's going to go straight, or the line's going to start dipping. Line always got to go up. And I know that sounds annoying to hear, but it's like, that is how they're operating, because yes, the world economy is volatile right now. And Sony and especially Microsoft, they could lose money for decades upon decades and be okay. Especially Microsoft could survive forever, seemingly. I mean, what even is $1 trillion? I don't even know what the fuck that is. But they could survive forever, but that's not the way the game is played. That's not business. Anybody, and that's not how you get promoted, by the way, too. That's another really important thing to understand. Like, all these people in charge at these positions are looking for promotions. They're looking to move up the ladder. You don't move up the ladder by being like, what if we do what's best for consumers, bro? Yeah, no, you're going to get laughed at. And this is why I try to keep things in perspective when I talk about these brands, where I'm not just trying to like, you know, I'm not trying to just shit on Microsoft alone and say, yeah, they suck and Sony is perfect. No, Sony's not perfect. I like what Sony does better. I think they do certain things much better. Doesn't mean they're perfect. Neither is Nintendo. No, none of these companies are perfect. And to insinuate that would, I think, frankly, be foolish. But I'm tired of people running with false narratives that I think end up doing some type of at least short-term damage or damage on the lower rung, where it's like, this is totally unnecessary and just simply not true. We have Grooven007, a.k.a. Piper, saying, I don't know why they changed my name, but not sure. Well, really quick, before I read the rest, it's because they're using your @ sign now. Every YouTube account has an @ sign, and you can change that or make it whatever you want. I don't know why they decided to do that instead of just sticking with the regular names. But you're saying, not sure that companies should be on the hook to explain us their decision-making. I mean, yeah, that's another thing too, is like, you know, these businesses are free to run themselves as they see fit. You're right. Like, they don't necessarily owe us anything. They don't. They're free to operate how they see fit. And this is where we have to question, like, where does that entitlement come from? I think it just comes from people who are loyal customers. You know, there is a humanity aspect to it, no matter what. At the end of the day, it's humans running these companies mostly, and it's humans buying from these companies. And there is that level of, like, you know, when you're a loyal customer for a long time, an expectation develops. And that's just natural. That's just nature taking its course. An expectation develops. And is it within the company's right to say, well, I don't care what your expectation is or was. This is how, you know, like, we don't owe you anything. Yeah. And that's they're within their right to reveal that truth, because that is a truth. It's cold, it's calculated, but that's the nature of business. And part of the nature of business is to hide that cold, calculated nature from the consumer side. Because if the business shows that side, like, without any sugarcoating, without any fluff, people are not going to buy. Like, you're going to lose people. They're going to go to the other dude who's actually willing to put a little bit of fluff, who's willing to make it look prettier than it really is. And that's why every corporation and company has these massive PR departments and marketing departments, because believe me when I tell you, so much money goes into marketing and PR, because it has to. It's just, you know, I would love for, like, just a week. It would be amazing if I was, like, able to Thanos snap my fingers and it's like, we live in a reality where there are no marketing and PR departments. How does that look? The only people able to try to sell the products now are the people who are in charge of making the decisions for these products. It would be, oh my God, it would be crazy. So, like, companies would go out of business overnight, dude. It'd be nuts. It'd be nuts. And that's the reality of it. And so all I'm trying to do in this position is inform people that while you may be right, Piper, like, they don't necessarily owe us an explanation, and it's not necessarily, quote unquote, fair for us to keep them on the hook. I just need to make sure that people are not, I need to make sure they're aware, that they're not oblivious or just straight up ignorant to, like, remember who you're dealing with. They're going to try to butter you up. And that does work on the masses a lot of times. That does work on people. But believe me when I tell you that you're going to find out at the end of the day, all they want is all your money. Like, it doesn't matter how they get it. Like, that's what it boils down to. They want to get as much money from you as possible. Doesn't mean there can't be a happy medium. There could be a nice, firm handshake, and that's all it is. But, you know, you just gotta be aware that, like, it's like the used car salesman stuff, you know, like there can be instances where there's a personality behind it. There's a face to it. There's a smile that comes along with it. And you got to always keep in mind, you don't have to be, you know, harsh about it, but you got to keep in mind, like, you're just a business though, you know? Like, I appreciate the smile. I appreciate you trying to butter me up, but this is why, I mean, to be honest, this is why I get frustrated a lot of times. You know, I get frustrated at, like, this is why I throw up something like Game Pass, in that, like Piper, I'll give you this credit, bro. You seem to have the energy and maintaining this energy where, like, I know you're more of an Xbox oriented dude, but you strike me as the type of person that next week or this week, whatever studio gets shut down or whatever layoffs occur, you'd be like, that sucks, but that's business. That's the way Microsoft's going to operate. Not to say that you're like a cold person or anything like that, but just that you understand that I'm taking the Game Pass deal. It's not my responsibility to worry about the devs. That's Microsoft's responsibility. And if they're doing wrong by the devs, shame on them. I'm a consumer. I'm looking out for me. And that's totally fair. That's totally fair. And that's why when I say what I say, I'm not throwing people like you into that group, because you're not out here like talking out of both sides of your mouth. You know, it's people that don't understand that there's a price for everything. And it's like, if I'm getting a deal that seems too good to be true on Game Pass, you just got to be aware enough that something out there is at risk. May not be my wallet, and fuck, as long as it ain't my wallet, that's all I care about. But something's at risk. But that only applies if you're going to go cry. It's all, you know, it's a lot of crocodile tears, bro, that you're going to see. And that shit, I don't like that shit. Just say it like it is. Either you're for the developer, or the developer is just a means to an end to you. And I can respect it. I can, because that's how it is for so many people. Because frankly, for most people who are not paying super close attention, that's how it should be. And even for me, like, I sit here and I say I bought Expedition 33 physically because I want to support the devs. I don't know them personally, and I don't owe them shit. I just feel like, well, you know, I got the game for free and I fucking loved it. Least I could do is just, I do want to be a statistic, in the sense that, like, I want to be one more sale that they got. Because, not that I feel like I owe them anything, but just because I want that physical copy too. Like, I'm getting something from it too. It's not like I'm not a charity. I'm not, you know, that's not a free handout to the developer. It's like, you made a physical copy during a time when most smaller studios are not, and I got your game for free. So it's like, to me, this is a fair exchange. You know, I'm not doing it to try to have some kind of, like, moral high ground. It's just this, I will always maintain that, like, whatever you appreciate, seriously consider dropping some money on it if you can afford to do so. Because in this case with me and Claire Obscure, they don't need my help. They're good. I'm just doing it for me at this point. But for many other developers out there and many other studios, that might not be the case. That even if they're under Sony, even if they're under Microsoft, that doesn't guarantee shit. You know? And I'm still nervous, dude. I'm not going to lie. I keep thinking about these. I'm mainly thinking about the layoffs because I'm nervous about whatever studio Microsoft. Ideally, they don't shut down any studios. I will be breathing a sigh of relief, truthfully, if we get out of next week and no studios were shut down. I mean, could they shut down studios that don't really impact me that much because they're studios I didn't really care about, or like they were making games I wasn't paying attention to? Yeah, but you know, it's not something that I think anybody wants to see. And that does affect you on a consumer level. And that's why I think this time it might be pretty vicious out here, where I really hope people do keep that energy, because it's like any studio that Microsoft potentially shutters, even if you are that Game Pass subscriber that doesn't care, where it's like, I'm just here for the best deal and value, this affects you. That's one less studio you're going to be getting games dropped in the Game Pass from. And from a consumer level, that sucks as well. So it just, yeah, man, it's crazy times out here. And I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody for looking to save money. Everybody has to look out for themselves first, not in a selfish way, but that's just natural. You got to take care of your own. I want to just encourage people that if you are in a position where you can support the devs, you can support the products you really like, consider it. Seriously, consider it, because I understand that it's like, well, shit, man, if Microsoft or Sony are worth billions and trillions, why should I, like, let me try to answer this question. Are Microsoft and Sony wrong for passing that on to us? Yes. Mostly. Not every time, but mostly yes. Like, that's a shame. You guys don't want to see more layoffs. You guys don't want to see studio closures. Guess you better support the fucking games. Now, they're not saying that directly, but that's the message. Because you know what we do as the consumers? We ask, it's like when we turn to Microsoft, it's like, Microsoft, why did you get rid of Tango Gameworks, bro? What do you mean you can't afford it? What do you mean, like, what? They're losing you too much money? What are you talking about? You're worth trillions. They're going to pass that on to us and be like, no. You guys need to, like, you should have bought more of their games. PS5 players, when it came to PS5, should have bought more copies. Xbox players should have bought more copies. Should have made more money. And that's wrong. Like, that's just like, no. You're worth trillions of dollars. That's a talented studio that won you some game awards, or some awards at the Game Awards for the first time in forever. You're fucking nuts if you're not willing to just eat a little bit of that cash to keep that studio going and flowing. So it is, same thing with, it's like if Sony closes Sony Bend, or Bend Studio, not Sony closes Sony Bend. If Sony closes Bend Studio, which I hope doesn't happen, I'm going to be fucking pissed at Sony. Where it's like, dude, I'm not expecting you to be a charity and just let these developers dick around and just do nothing while making, yearly salaries. No. But what the fuck? It's like, dude, you're talking about the studio that went from making, what was it, Bubsy 3D to making Days Gone. You can't, come on. And that's why I hope that, like, I just hope whatever Sony Bend does, it's like, please be Days Gone 2, because you know what I know about Days Gone 2 is it will sell. That's what I know. That will secure the studio. I want new IP, but it's so risky in that, like, guys, if you go in the wrong direction again for a second time, and you show your game like 3 years from now, 4 years from now, and it's people are looking at each other like, this doesn't look very good. I don't know about this one. That's going to be doom for that studio, bro. To whereas they come out with a Days Gone 2, you're going to get cheers. You're going to get cheers. You're going to get people being like, yes, and you're going to get day one fucking sales. And after that, maybe make a new IP. But I feel like I'm not a rocket scientist. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to understand that, like, whatever the reason is that you think you shouldn't make Days Gone 2, you got to override that with just the bigger picture understanding that your studio is at risk. It's like, well, maybe that doesn't matter if we have unhappy devs. It's like, you can't be saying that shit now. I'm sorry. I'm not saying be miserable, but it's like, you can make Days Gone 2 whatever you want it to be. But you can't be thinking like that right now. Your studio should be in survival mode. I don't know. I'm like going all over the place at this point, but no, not yet, Genius. I believe what she told me is she's waiting for another Animal Crossing, maybe Pokemon. I know she likes Pokemon as well, but I don't know. She's not really into Mario Kart. Nothing against it, but yeah, we're not a Mario Kart house. We don't really play Mario Kart. Don't think she's interested in a Donkey Kong game. So she's like in this position of she's one of the Nintendo players that's waiting to see Nintendo reveal more new games, exclusive games that they may have cooking and in the pipeline. But yeah, I mean, we've been a little bit all over the place with this stream. I assumed we would be, which is why I only decided to come in with one actual topic, which we did discuss multiple times. But it's just, there's a lot happening out here, you know, and obviously I'm one of many voices in the gaming community and specifically on the YouTube commentary space with video games. And I have my own opinions, bro, and I have my own feelings on these things. And I encounter, simply put, I encounter too many nonsensical takes that are driven by a group of seemingly like deluded hype men that are, or hype people, I guess, that I feel like they just don't see the bigger picture of it all. And I feel like there are, and this is something that I know it may sound like I'm like ranting again, and I'm going to try not to rant, but I'm just going to try to be concise about it. I think that there are quite a few people out here that are in positions of influence and they're not dumb. And what I mean by that is they're not naive. They're not ignorant. They know how this works, but they purposely kind of choose to go in certain directions or word things certain ways or lean more towards the rage bait / you know, condescending and or play the victim card, whatever it is they're doing. They're choosing to do this, but they know better. You know, they do know better, and they're doing that because they're trying to keep people on the hook to a degree where you're going to see people in the upcoming week. You're going to see, it might be me. I don't know if it'll be me, but you will see other people out there. I'm not going to say who because I don't know yet. But you're going to see certain accounts and certain individuals with a certain, maybe a smaller level of influence, but influence nonetheless, and followings, where they're going to say, this is why Gamepass is bad for the industry. This is why, you know, major acquisitions are bad for the industry. And when you see that happen, they're going to get fucking crushed. I mean, they're going to get steamrolled and torn to shreds. And one of the things, and I'm just making some predictions, and you guys can come back to me and tell me if any of my predictions come true. I mean, I'll probably know because I'll be watching, you know, as it plays out. But my prediction is one of the things you're going to see are those people who point that out. You're going to see responses such as, why the fuck are you console warring when we're talking about layoffs? What does Game Pass have to do with any of this? Or you're just a crazed fanboy that wants to celebrate the downfall of Xbox and Microsoft. Those are the three things you're going to see, and those are the three main points of gaslighting that are going to be put towards anybody who tries to, who listen, if you say anything other than, I'm so sorry that these developers lost their jobs, and, you know, this Microsoft is so shitty for these layoffs. If you see anybody try to identify why this is occurring and point a finger at the reason, the root cause, those three things I just listed those are the responses you're going to see. And I'm very curious to see if I'm correct about this, if my prediction will come true, because I'm very likely going to be one of these people, but I'm not going to be the only one. And in fact, I feel confident in making this prediction because I've already encountered it. You want to hear something interesting that I recently came across? I got, quote unquote, well, I don't know if I actually got ratioed, but I got close to getting ratioed I don't know why I'm doing that in quotes. Like, it's a real thing that occurs. I'm saying that like it's not a real thing. Ratioing people is real. I got somewhat ratioed on Twitter because I said this exact thing. I said that, you're going to see a lot of people, a lot of the same people who constantly talk about Game Pass being the best deal in gaming, and who are always flaunting that. You're going to see a lot of the same people crying foul at Microsoft for what they're about to do with layoffs and potential studio closures. And I know I mentioned this earlier, but this response I got from somebody, and it was actually a response I got from multiple people, and this is what I will always fight against, right? This is a fight that I'm not picking, but it finds me, and I have no choice but to defend against it because it's taking things too far. One of the most upvoted replies that so many people agreed with was essentially somebody being like, yeah, I hope you keep that same energy when it happens to Sony. And it's like, fucking newsflash, buddy. I always have. You wouldn't know that. Probably because you're too busy listening to videos or streams or reading tweets from people who don't watch my fucking content or purposely cherry pick my content. So that way they can convince people like you, so they can manipulate people like you into thinking that, oh, of course he's going to be here in the front row bitching and complaining about the Microsoft layoffs, not knowing that I'm there in the front row when Sony does it too. And in fact, I probably go even crazier on Sony when they do it because they have even less reason. Well, maybe not less reason, but I care about those, frankly, studios more. And this is why I can't really drop this, because the people that I'm referring to, I know it may seem like, oh, they're just a couple of nobodies on Twitter. No, there are people with influence that are now getting involved in this. And like I said, they are working together, whether it be directly or indirectly, to make damn sure that these things, that the message doesn't change. The message cannot change. The narrative cannot be flipped, nor can it be rewritten. And they will work very hard. And believe me, they're working very hard to ensure that. And I'm not trying to sound like some kind of conspiratorial. At the end of the day, we're just talking about video games, but this is real. It's very real. And all you got to do is look at a couple of my posts on Twitter that even remotely mention any of this, and you will see what I'm talking about. And I know that a lot of you guys who watch me, I don't want to encourage you to go to Twitter because it's a shitty place. But if you do happen to watch a lot of my content and you end up finding yourself on my Twitter page, go look at the replies of some of these. Go look at what's trending out there. What's getting the most attention, and you'll see that there's a lot of truth to what I'm saying, and it's unfortunate because I have a really bad feeling. I do. I feel sorry for the people who are just sitting in limbo right now. They don't know if they're going to lose their jobs or if their studio is going to get shut down, but it's going to be fucking bad this week. And I think you're going to see the biggest concerted effort from the same group of people than you've ever seen before to do everything in their power to make sure that this is something that just rip the Band-Aid off nice and quick. We got to move on, and we got to go back to the norm. Don't focus on it for too long. Even though it's a major thing that's about to occur, don't focus on it for too long. That's my whole thing. People were asking me about this last time. What was the last thing that Microsoft... Oh, yeah, the price increases. Dude, people were asking me, and this was kind of funny to watch in a way. People were asking me, they're like, dude, how come you only did like one topic? Like you only talked about it one time, like Microsoft doing the price increases. Feels like that's something that should be worth at least a couple of streams, like not something that should just be, okay, we talk about it one time and we move on now. Mainly because what I was focused on was what everybody tells me I should be focused on, was talking about what this means for PlayStation. That's why. Because I was quite shocked that Microsoft did that, and I wanted to try to telegraph, like, okay, well, what could this mean for PlayStation? Like, how is PlayStation going to or to not respond to this? Like, what are they going to do? And that's what's funny, is that the fact that people were wondering why I wasn't focused on it, because clearly many other people who should have been focused on it were not. And it's why, let me just ask you this, guys. And I'm not talking about like the few Xbox podcasts that are out there. I don't listen to those Xbox podcasts, so I'm not counting them in this. But I am a PlayStation-centric channel, and I couldn't help but notice that some of the people who are deeply involved in this conversation frequently, all the time, and they are profiting handsomely in some cases off of these conversations and these discussions and this discourse and these topics. I found it quite, frankly, unsurprising, but no less disappointing that I looked at my streams for the week and half of all my discussions were about Death Stranding, and the other half were about some of the things that Microsoft was doing, like announcing Hellblade 2 for PlayStation, whatever's going on with the Xbox side of things regarding, like right now with the PC app and whatnot, all this shit. But one of the things I talked about were there was like 7 different reports of these Xbox layoffs. And to my not surprise, a lot of those people who insert themselves aggressively into these conversations, silence. Nothing. Not a fucking word. Talking about everything else, talking about all the other drama going around in gaming, but not that. Not the report that says there are developers terrified for their livelihoods and studios worried they're going to get shut down at Xbox because there's mass layoffs coming. Didn't see them talking about that. And I know it's like, damn, MBG, how long are you going to go on for? But I just got to get it out. I just got to throw it out there, or else I'm just going to ruminate. Keep in mind, these are the same people, the same accounts, the same YouTubers, the same people who want to not ask me, but tell you and tell everybody else, this guy doesn't say a word when Sony has layoffs. This guy doesn't say a word when Sony shuts down studios. They want to say that, and people fucking believe it. And then they go on to do the exact thing they're accusing somebody like me and others of doing. So what does that mean? What it means is that it's the guilty painting the innocent as guilty. Well, it's a bit loaded. I'm not fully innocent, but you get what I'm trying to say. They are guilty of doing the very thing they are claiming others are doing. When in reality, I can't speak for everybody. I can only speak for myself. When they point the finger at me, I'm not doing that. And if you're wondering why I'm so hung up on it and why I'm still talking about it, it's because, to my surprise, and this is the only surprising part, is people believe it. And what I am witnessing is a complete falsehood allowed to proliferate and exist in the minds of God knows how many people, because I find myself surprised every time I encounter it, where it's like, where is this coming from? Like, what you just said to me, what you just replied to me with, where does that come from? Because that's not even a little bit true. And yet you're saying it with confidence, and people are agreeing with it in confidence. And I know exactly where it comes from. And that's where it comes from. It comes from those individuals who either play innocent, play holier than thou, or play the victim. And they're doing it, and they're playing so many people with it, and they're raking in the cash doing so. Now, I don't give a shit that they're making the money. You can make money doing pretty much anything these days on the internet. I mean, people are doing way worse things. To be clear, this isn't the worst thing that could be done. But it is coming at my expense to a certain degree. And that's why I get pissed off. Because I do encounter people, again, like I saw in my video today, the video that I uploaded. Now, fuck, I'm going to go play some Death Stranding 2. I don't mean to harp on it. But it's challenging to move on from it when it persists. That's all. That's all it is it's challenging for me to move on from it from when it persists, because my only option is to truly just cover my ears and pretend I'm not seeing what I'm seeing, and cover my eyes, not hearing what I'm hearing. I've said that backwards. Cover my eyes, I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. Cover my ears, I'm not hearing what I'm hearing. I can't even speak right. I have no choice but to do that, because it's just wrong. And every time I try to go on the defense, it's to no avail. And I realize, I can't go on the defense because it doesn't matter. I could, I've tried it before, man. I've put out clips of myself that have I've shown the truth. Hey, this is what they want to tell you that I said. This is what they want to show you. Here's what actually happened. I'll never forget, there was this time where there was this it wasn't like trending per se, but it was circulating in this group of people that I'm talking about, where they were convincing everybody that I never actually played The Last of Us Part 2. But yet I make all this content on it and I talk about it ad nauseum, but I never played it and beat it. And I actually got so fucking pissed at the fact that, not that there were some one or two D-bags that were pushing that, but that it was starting to catch on. It's holy shit. This complete blatant lie is beginning to circulate, and it's starting to do some damage. So I now have no choice but to defend myself. And so I showed the screenshot of here's my trophy for completing The Last of Us Part 2 with the date and my profile and everything else. And you would think, and this is the important part, you would think that everybody who decided to believe the individuals where that stemmed from would turn on them and be like, why would you fucking lie about that? Why would you just lie to not only your audience, but your followers, and just try to put it out there that look, this guy didn't even beat the game he spent so much time talking about. You would think they would turn on them and be like, you're a fucking liar, bro. You're a deceitful piece of shit trying to just put lies out there about people. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Instead, it just keeps on going. Just keeps on going, man. It's Phil Spencer himself. He's out to get me, bro. It's Microsoft. It's Microsoft's fault. They're out to get me. No, I'm sorry. I can't help but just ruminate on it a little bit, because it's just, just humor me here a little bit longer. Okay. I know I'm going on and on. Humor me a little bit longer. There's one last thing I want to say in regards to all of this. And this isn't me, by the way, none of this is me trying to play the victim. Because it doesn't matter. People are going to do what they do. I'm just pointing out that here's what actually goes on, right? Here's the reality of it. The one last thing I'll say, and this is, I always think about this because it's true. It's true, and it I won't lie, it discourages me from YouTube. It discourages me from being on the internet in any capacity, because it's so sad to me that how can this be allowed? How I get it. There's major injustice in the world. The world is not fair. But man, I wish I could do something about it. Where those of you, how many of you have been following me since 2019 or 2020? Right? There's probably quite a few of you. If you've been following me since then, one thing I've never shied away from, and I've never denied this ever, is, man, you like to really be harsh and be somewhat kind of nasty at times towards the Xbox brand. Maybe even sometimes, maybe you call out Phil Spencer himself, certain corporate executives. You're always quick to highlight the missteps of Microsoft and Xbox and be critical towards them, and highlight their failings or where you believe they fail, and by extension, sometimes you would mention their fan base and question why their fan base is okay with that. Why are Xbox players okay with this? And maybe the worst thing you ever did is you made that joke one time. You made a joke video about the Xbox body wash saying that Microsoft won E3. This is something that it does live in my head, because I realize like that's the worst I ever did. Do you guys remember in 2020 after the Xbox Craig situation, the Xbox Halo Craig situation? I made, I think, a 15-minute video where I basically talked the same way I'm talking right now, explaining how this is really bad for Microsoft and they need to get their shit together. I can't believe they actually thought this was good enough to put out on display for everybody. That was my video. And it got over 100,000 views, ton of likes, did shockingly well. But I was not fanboying anything. This is what I've done for the last 5 years, while mostly still talking about PlayStation, mind you. But it's just anytime we talk about Xbox, what I cannot get over is that there are I want you to think about this for a moment. Think about it. There's a few people out there that realize, like this guy over here, he's made a lot of enemies with Xbox fans. Xbox fans and the Xbox fan base and Xbox players. He's made a lot of enemies. Nothing's ever been personal. Ever. Not once. It's never been personal. I've never called out any Xbox creators, at least not in any like meaningful way where it's like, maybe somebody leaves a super chat, mentions a name and they come up. But I've never picked a fight with anybody. At least maybe not till this year. This year's probably the only time I actually slipped up and made that dumb mistake. But prior to that, and this is, I think, important for me to highlight because it's like, dude, if anything, I was right in that, like, there's a few select people out there that realize there are droves of Xbox players that can't stand me or certain others out there because we have been calling Microsoft out for years and we've been critical. And actually, this does extend to some of you who support the channel, where you guys have also been critical in the name of competition, in the name of like, this shit needs to change and get better, right? And they capitalize on that, realizing there's views to be had and money to be made for that group of people. Difference is they make it personal. And that's the big problem, is they make it personal because they know that if they try to just purely criticize Sony, it's not going to last. It's not really going to work out for them. They're not going to be able to keep that up. Because simply put, there's not enough to go around, not just for Sony, but I mean, for all of it. Like it's I guess I'm trying to say here that I never made anything personal. And I always knew that when I made certain content, man, Xbox players are going to be pretty upset with me. Yeah, of course. I wouldn't expect them to be happy. But I was never doing it to just bust their balls for the sake of it. Literally the only time I recall ever truly busting their balls was that Xbox body wash video, which was still pretty funny. But that was really, as far as I could recall, the only time I actually went out of my way to like poke the hive that is the Xbox fan base or whatever, or like the fanboys. But that didn't change the fact that they did not like that I had as much reach as I did and that I was calling this shit out. And so what it has ultimately transformed into is I still don't make things personal. I still focus on the brand. I'm not talking about other content creators. I mean, I know I know that's changing because it's like I'm getting more of it flowing my way, more trolls, more posts on Twitter, more videos, all that shit. And so by extension, there is a little bit more fixation on it. But most of this stream, right? So we're almost 4.5 hours long. The overwhelming majority of it, we're focused on the brands. We're focused on the products. We're focused on the marketing behind it. We're focused on all of these different things that have nothing to do, usually nothing to do with any one creator, any one account on Twitter. I'm not using any of them for my content. And the reason for that is not because I look down upon it, because I'm not trying to get into a pissing contest where nobody wins. Because anybody who gets involved in those types of pissing contests, it's all just about trolling and getting and creating rage bait and making money ultimately, which is fine. You know, that's a viable option. Again, that's a viable option on the internet. I just have to question, how is it that we've gotten to the point where people can make things personal or get so volatile, so nasty with it? It's like, bro, did I hurt your feelings because of what I had to say about Xbox? Because that's something I don't care about. But what intrigues me is people, and it's funny because this is what they accuse me of, and many of you guys. It's like, you're using my criticism of your brand and your box as a reason to get fucking nasty and be a complete dickhead. I'm not out here, granted, at least 99% of the time I'm not. I won't lie. This year, maybe I got a little bit cagey when I shouldn't have. Not that it really helped. It didn't help me. It didn't help anything. But pretty much up until that point, I've never done that. And I just think that says something. I do. I think it's very telling about who these people are, who they attract, the groups that I constantly refer to, how toxic they are, how they are essentially like a cesspool in gaming, where it's like you're justifying all of your behavior and all of the things you're saying and doing because you didn't like what somebody had to say about your preferred brand and box. And I see it all the time, dude. And there's no greater proof of that. By the way, Colin Moriarty recently put out a post. Now, granted, I know Colin, frankly, he has enemies that go way back. I mean, he's like the OG of, I guess, pissing off Xbox fans. But he put out a post where he simply was asking the question, he did poke the hive a little bit, but he didn't make it personal. He just simply said, you know, never ask an Xbox fan how Microsoft plans to make money through Steam. And that's basically what he asked. And he put out like a follow-up where he was like, you know, a lot of people calling me stuff, making it personal, being dickheads. Not a single person gave me an actual answer, or like, you know, like not a single Xbox fan was actually able to coherently answer that question. And I was scrolling through the replies and I was seeing exactly what he's talking about, where it's like, yup. You get somebody out here who had now granted that his tweet was a little bit more loaded, where it's like he is pointing it in the direction of Xbox fans, so you're going to get a reaction from Xbox fans, and it's probably not going to be a great reaction. But it ultimately was just a question, and nothing was made personal. And compared to the other shit that I see, that's absolutely nothing. And yet some of the replies that I saw under that, and even just with what I say, the things that I put out there, the replies I see, it's like, when did this become okay? And I know when. And I know who's behind it. I know the people who are behind it, where it's become okay to respond to some, like, hey, do you guys think there's any correlation between the upcoming major layoffs and potential studio closures for Microsoft and Gamepass? You think there's any correlation there? And you will get people who will come in and be like, shut the fuck up, you goddamn retard, and go keep sucking Sony off. Crazy shit. Absolute crazy shit like that, where it's like, and the thing is, that used to be relegated to just one psycho whose reply was hidden, automatically filtered. That used to be relegated to one person. Now it's at least like half the people, or at the very least a third. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? That people think this is okay. That people, I know the internet was always rough, but it's like, how did it turn into this? And I still don't understand it. And I think that this is why I'm so kind of like fixated on it, because it's like something's got to give. We're like, this can't go on like this. And it's not just, granted, we're just talking about video games. This is something that goes well beyond video games, but like, it can't go on like this, dude. Because this is bad. You're talking about people saying some of the nastiest, meanest shit. Basically, people just becoming bullies, and other people, rather than saying, whoa, hey, let's not do that shit, saying, hey, I want to do that too. We can get away with this now. That's what's crazy to watch. And it really is something that is a sight to behold. And I never thought it would be possible for it to get to this point. It's not going to stay this way, though. Certainly not. The people who are engaged in this behavior, it's a growing amount of people, but there may be strength in numbers, but I don't know, man. I'm just maybe I'm a sap, but it's like the pendulum will swing, and what's right and what's good, I think, will ultimately kind of prevail here. Where if you're somebody who's getting upset because, hey, you were critical towards my box, my Xbox, or my Phil Spencer, or what the fuck ever. It's like, okay, yeah, you're allowed to be annoyed by that if you don't agree. The person who says, well, you know what? I got a problem with your box too. Let me tell you what it is. Okay. That's normalcy. That's called discourse and conversation. What I'm highlighting is, hey, you got a problem with my box? I think you're a real dumb piece of shit. You know that? It's like, whoa. Whoa. What? It's crazy. It's crazy, dude. It's absolutely crazy. So if they don't hit you with the misinformation, if they don't hit you with the counter that is the whataboutism. Oh, what's that? You said you're highlighting something negative about Microsoft? Well, what about Sony? It's like, well, I already answered that 3 times. Yeah, well, what about it? It's like, oh, okay. If they don't hit with the whataboutism, they're going to hit you with just a nasty fuck you energy. Over video games. And it's getting worse. It's getting worse, people. But there's got to be a breaking point. And I won't lie. I fixate so much on this, and I'm so curious about what's about to happen with Microsoft, because unfortunately, maybe it's just given my position as I've taken up the mantle of being a PlayStation-centric channel. A lot of these, I see, you know, I see the head of the serpents, so to speak, and I see where they stand. I see what their position is. And one thing I know is that you can't maintain that if things go south. You've been given this opportunity to take advantage of something that it's not going to stay this way for forever, certainly not too long. And when as they say, when the tide turns or whatever, and I just keep looking at the different things that Microsoft is doing, because I mean, that's what this all comes back down to, man, is like Sony and Microsoft, PlayStation and Xbox, blah, 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 right? I'm like, well, if it's not Gamepass going up in price, or the consoles going up in price, or the games going up in price, or the hardware failing, or the games maybe not all achieving certain levels that they should. If it's not any of these things, is it going to be the layoffs? Is it going to be the studio closures? What's it going to take? What's it going to take for the groups of people that I'm referencing or referring to that, again, persist? What's it going to take for it to collapse in on them, where it's like you took one of the most disingenuous stances you could possibly take, and yet I'm not saying there's no pushback, but there's minimal pushback. What's it going to take for that to change? I don't think it's going to take much. I think it's just slow. I think it's just a slow process, but I don't think it's going to take much, dude. Anyway, the hell were we even talking about? I'm like delirious at this point. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not delirious or anything. Not just those people, it's the increasing amount of people who shit on every game that comes out and why this is wrong with this and everything. Yeah, exactly. Dude. It's that too. Absolutely. There's a common thread between all of them. And it's like, dude, I'm not who's out here asking people to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, my Lord? Nobody's fucking asking that. We're just asking for, can we just calm the fuck down and maybe not assume that literally everything is trash, garbage, dumpster juice 24/7. And it's like, if you do that, it's like, well, what do you think is good? It's like, well, I think Death Stranding's really good. Well, it's because you're a fucking pony. It's like, oh. You know what I mean? It's like, what the hell, bro? What about when I was saying good things about Forza Horizon 5? Well, that doesn't matter. You're a pony. You're a goddamn pony. I'm a pony that likes Forza Horizon 5. I'm a pony that's excited for State of Decay 3. Just relax and play Death Stranding 2 on PS5. Yeah, you say that, Delwyn, and then I fall down a mountain and all my packages get wrecked. Real relaxing. But, boss, don't be bad. Anyway, I appreciate you guys hearing me out. I know I lost a little bit of viewership during that kind of, I don't think that was like a tangent, just that long-winded discussion. But I don't know. I just question, hey, no, don't do that. I just question how much longer it's going to go on for. And I think something else I question is what I can do about it, You got to come over here, boss. You can't bite that. Because that's the thing. Sometimes I feel like I want to take matters into my own hands. I want to do something about it, but I don't know that anything can be done. It feels like it's one of these things where it's like, well, you just got to go with the flow, man. You can't change the direction of the flow. You can't change the current. It's going to change on its own. You just got to flow with it. And I won't lie. It gets hard. It gets really difficult. One thing, or Patrick, you're saying it was good. I appreciate your insight, MBG, even though I get distracted by the chat. Well, thank you, Patrick. Yeah. And Piper, you're saying there's one thing that I want you to consider. Microsoft is not a multi-trillion-dollar company because of Xbox gaming. Think about that. No, I mean, that's true. That's true, man. And I fully believe that Microsoft wants to bring the Xbox brand up to a very, very high level performance-wise, in terms of profitability and revenue made, just like their other successful divisions. And I just think in order for that to happen, there has to be some major, major changes made, to where things are going to look different. They're not going to operate the same way anymore. And some people are going to find that good. Some people are going to find that bad. Some people are going to be confused by it. But what I know is that Microsoft is doing it all in the name of bringing that division up. You saw a video of some guy pretending he was doing the Death Stranding orders. I think it was on Twitter. I saw that too, bro, and I was laughing my ass off. That was so funny. Just keep going, MBG. 8-hour stream, full day of work, LOL. Well, guys, I'll throw one last... I'll throw it out there one last time. We're sitting at 65 members. Can we get to 75? Can we hit 3 goals today? 10 Bomb does it. Somebody could do it alone. Or we could get 2 5s. Or we could get 10 singles. 10 single memberships. Can we do it? Boss, chill. Hey, let go. Let go of that. You're bad. Boss is a bad cat sometimes. Come here. He just looks at me, bro. Like, what? Totally get the points that you're making. I just think that there's some inner workings that's going on that we're not aware of. I mean, it's hard to say. You know, I feel as though there was a tonal shift when Microsoft took over the ship. That is the Xbox ship. I feel like there was a tonal shift in general where it's like, I mean, again, I don't want to sound too conspiratorial, but I get the feeling that there's a huge difference between Xbox marketing and Xbox, talking about the brand versus Microsoft, like the entirety of Microsoft taking that brand and saying, we're gonna steer we're gonna steer it now. And part of that is we're gonna be the ones in charge of marketing and PR. And okay. Oh my God. And there we go. There he is. Boss is like, you thought I wasn't going to flash you guys this stream. We're making it happen. All right. I think that'll be a good place to end it. Guys, I think that's going to wrap up the stream. I don't think I'm going to make it. Look, going to 5 hours is going to be mega forced right now. Like if I try to go to 5 hours, it would be totally forced. At least I think so. So this will, sorry, I'm very distracted with boss. This will be a good place to wrap up today's stream. It was a long one, over 4.5 hours. I think we had some good discussions. I mean, look, I know we've been talking a lot about Xbox. We've been talking a lot about Death Stranding as well, but I think just the fact of the matter is Xbox is shaking things up for better or for worse. It's hard not to acknowledge it. But I have a feeling that going deeper into the week, we're going to be talking about Xbox a little bit more, or maybe a lot more. I mean, don't get me wrong. We'll still be talking about PlayStation. I have no idea what the news cycle for PlayStation is going to look like. But guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for tuning in. I want to give a big thank you to everybody who dropped any support today. If you dropped any memberships, got to give another shout out to... Can you stop? Can you stop? Got to give another shout out to Silent Spartan. He dropped 50 membership gifts again. I think that's like his 6th or 7th stream in a row doing so. He's an absolute monster. Thank you to everybody else who dropped any more memberships to contribute to that. Also want to give a big thank you to everybody who dropped any super chats or direct donations. I'm going to actually double check that I didn't miss any direct donations before we head out, because I didn't even check that today. Okay, we are good on the direct donos. We're all caught up there. And so, yeah, thank you guys so much. I also want to make sure to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him in the comments, show him some love, give him some thanks. I know he really appreciates it. And yeah, Devil Shooter, keep up the good work, bro. And that does it. No, boss, I have to end the stream because boss is being very bad. Guys, please enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We should be back here tomorrow, so be on the lookout. And that does it. So until then, take care, everyone. Boss says bye too.